I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, President. The Security Council just unanimously adopted a resolution extending the mandate of UNAMA for 3 months. As the penholder, China thanks the Council members for their support and cooperation. At present, Afghanistan faces multiple challenges. It is imperative that the Afghan government and the international community maintain communication, move towards each other, gradually address each other's legitimate concerns, and help Afghanistan achieve lasting stability, development, and prosperity. UNAMA plays an indispensable role in this regard. China commends the efforts made by UNAMA and supports the mission in better fulfilling its duties and responsibilities. I would like to highlight the following points in light of the resolution. First, the resolution reaffirms strong support for the work of UNAMA, emphasizes the critical importance of UNAMA and other UN agencies continuing to carry out their duties in Afghanistan, and calls for ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of movement of the United Nations and its personnel throughout Afghanistan. We call on the Afghan government to lift the ban on Afghan female UN staff members entering office premises as soon as possible, and to provide the necessary facilitation for UN agencies to carry out their work in Afghanistan. The resolution also requests the Secretary-General, in consultation with Council members, to appoint a new SRSG in a timely manner. China hopes that the appointment will receive broad support from all parties, including the Afghan government, thereby injecting new momentum into international cooperation on Afghanistan. Second, the resolution reiterates serious concerns over the economic and humanitarian situation in Afghanistan and emphasizes the need to strengthen humanitarian assistance and support Afghanistan's development needs. We call on traditional donors, particularly those countries that bear historical responsibility towards Afghanistan, to resume and increase their aid to Afghanistan as soon as possible. The resolution specifically notes the need to assist Afghanistan in restoring its banking and financial systems and to ensure that the assets of the Central Bank of Afghanistan are used for the welfare of the people. We call on the relevant countries to unfreeze and return the assets of the Central Bank of Afghanistan and hope that UNAMA will play a greater role in this regard. Third, the resolution expresses grave concerns over the continued erosion of the fundamental rights of Afghan women and girls and calls for the repeal of restrictive policies to ensure that women enjoy equal rights in all areas, including education, healthcare, employment, and public life. We hope that the Afghan government will act in the fundamental interests of its people, enabling Afghan women and girls to truly become beneficiaries, builders, and contributors to the country's development and revitalization, thereby creating favorable conditions for Afghanistan's further integration into the international community. Fourth, the resolution emphasizes that terrorist organizations operating in Afghanistan remain a threat to international peace and security, and that Afghan territory must not be used to harbor or support any form of terrorist activity. We urge the Afghan government to take more resolute and forceful measures in accordance with Council resolutions to combat all terrorist forces, including the ISIS-K, Al-Qaeda, the ETIM, TTP, and the BLA. The resolution also expresses deep concern over the continued civilian casualties caused by explosive remnants of war in Afghanistan and calls on the international community to provide greater support for mine clearance projects in Afghanistan. President, although the Security Council did not, as in customary, extend UNAMA's mandate by 1 year on this occasion, this in no way implies any wavering in its support for UNAMA and the Afghan people. Considering the desire of some Council members to make appropriate adjustments to UNAMA's mandate, the Council has decided to extend the mandate by 3 months to ensure sufficient time for serious discussions and the adoption of a responsible decision. China is willing to listen extensively to the views of all parties on this matter over the next 3 months and to promote consensus and agreements among Council members. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that the goal of adjusting the mandate is to strengthen, not weaken, the role of UNAMA, so as to better advance a political solution to the Afghanistan issue and help Afghanistan achieve stability and development. China stands ready to work with all parties to make active effort towards this end. I thank you.
I thank the representative of China. I give the floor to the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you,
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de prononcer cette déclaration au nom des A3, à savoir le Libéria, la Somalie et mon propre pays, la République démocratique du Congo. Les A3 ont voté en faveur de la résolution renouvelant le mandat de la mission d'assistance des Nations Unies en Afghanistan, UNAMA.
We commend the constructive spirit that prevailed among Council members throughout negotiations, and we commend the co-pen holders on their efforts to facilitate consensus. We are talking about a 3-month renewal. However, the A3 eagerly awaits the complete renewal of UNAMA's mandate in next June.
Le renouvellement du mandat de la
renewal of UNAMA's mandate reflects the continued commitment of the Council to supporting the Afghan people and to overcoming the humanitarian, economic and security challenges that the country is facing. These are complex in nature. The A3 reiterates their support for the essential role played by UNAMA as well as for its continued presence on the ground. The mission remains an important platform for the coordination of international engagement and assistance, as well as to support efforts aimed at promoting stability and sustainable development in Afghanistan. The A3 recognizes the importance of compliance with fundamental rights and freedoms of all Afghan people, including those of women and girls. These must be upheld. Their full, equal and meaningful participation in society will make it possible to guarantee long-term stability and development in Afghanistan. We also emphasize the need to ensure that UNAMA is in a position to fully discharge its mandate effectively, namely by guaranteeing safe and unfettered access for UN personnel and their partners. In conclusion, we reaffirm our commitment to working alongside Security Council members and international partners to support efforts to promote peace, security, stability and development in Afghanistan. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, the Russian Federation voted in favor of the Security Council resolution extending the mandate of UNAMA for a 3-month period. We welcome the efforts undertaken by the Chinese pen holders on the Afghan dossier, with a view to finding compromise-based ways forward. The outcome is a collective product stressing support for the Afghan people in building a peaceful and prosperous Afghanistan free from terrorism and narcotic drugs. The main thing is UNAMA's mandate remains unchanged, which will allow the mission to continue its activities in Afghanistan in full, in particular against the backdrop of a tense environment in the region. Having said that, we believe that UNAMA will pay equal attention to implementing its political and its humanitarian/economic tasks. We're delighted that this time around the text reflects elements geared towards the economic development of Afghanistan, which should lay the foundation for the self-reliance of the Afghan state. We'd like to, in particular, emphasize the fact that the resolution includes a call for the Secretary-General to appoint a new head of UNAMA in a timely fashion. In our view, when looking for the best candidate, the SG should consult not only Security Council members, but also factor in the opinion of the Afghan authorities themselves. At the end of the day, the effective implementation of UNAMA's mission will hinge on the consent of said authorities. Mr. President, Today's decision, taken by the Security Council, is not only an expression of our support for UNAMA, but sends a clear signal to the people of Afghanistan as regards the international community's commitment to establishing peace and stability in this long-suffering country. Having said that, we believe we need a predictable operation, that is, predictable work by UNAMA. The imperative was and is ongoing pragmatic cooperation of the mission with the Afghan authorities so as to discuss all issues in strict compliance with the tasks assigned to the mission. What's of priority importance is the ability of UNAMA to discharge its humanitarian assistance coordination duties, helping the groups most in need first and foremost. This is particularly important given the fact that the issue of frozen assets hasn't been resolved, nor has that of the unprecedented unilateral sanctions. We stand convinced that long-term peace in Afghanistan is impossible unless we have a realistic approach aimed at subsequent international reintegration of Afghanistan. The basis of such reintegration is an objective and carefully calibrated assessment, as well as patient dialogue with the Afghan authorities. There is no alternative to this path, nor has there ever been. This is what UNAMA successfully implementing the tasks assigned to it depends on. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pakistan has voted in favor of the resolution just adopted, extending UNAMA's mandate by 3 months. Pakistan supports UNAMA in promoting peace, security, and stability in Afghanistan, which confronts multiple challenges, particularly the increasing threat of terrorism, human rights violations, narcotics trafficking, and diminishing humanitarian aid. We commend China for its sterling role as penholder and for its sincere efforts to forge consensus by taking on board the concern of all Council members. We welcome the unanimous adoption of this resolution. Mr. President, Pakistan has consistently asserted that the foremost amongst the challenges faced in Afghanistan is the deteriorating security situation and exponential rise in the threat of terrorism emanating from Afghanistan. Elements within the Taliban regime are actively collaborating, let alone providing a permissive environment to several terrorist groups such as the TTP, BLA and Majid Brigade, ISIL-K, Al-Qaeda, and ETIM, operating with impunity inside Afghanistan and responsible for cross-border attacks against Pakistani civilians and law enforcement personnel, targeting critical infrastructure and public places. Through this resolution, the Council has expressed serious concern over the presence of terrorist groups in Afghanistan, which, I quote, continue to constitute a threat to international peace and security, unquote. It has called on the Taliban, I quote, to take active, immediate, demonstrable, and concrete measures to combat terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, wherever and by whomever committed, unquote. Through this resolution, the Council also outlines its expectations to strengthen the safe and secure management of weapons and ammunition to prevent their diversion to terrorist groups. President, as mandated, UNAMA has a responsibility to effectively monitor and analyze the security dynamics across the country that include a better understanding of the illicit economy, supporting efforts to prevent and address the illicit trade and destabilizing accumulation of small arms and light weapons and their diversion in Afghanistan and the region, and supporting efforts to create conditions conducive to the reintegration of refugee population in Afghanistan. We must also remain cautious of disinformation advanced by local Taliban elements who continue to create obstacles for access to UNAMA personnel across the country. At the same time, we hope UNAMA will report objectively about the security developments on ground by taking into account the legitimate security concerns and expectations of Afghanistan's immediate neighbors who are faced with serious threats from Afghan soil. Finally, we hope the next 3 months will allow us to review UNAMA's role in Afghanistan in a manner that will help us achieve the long-term goals of peace and stability in Afghanistan that is at peace with itself and its neighbors. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan. I give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
Mr. President, at the outset, the Kingdom of Bahrain would like to thank China as the penholder for their efforts to prepare the draft resolution on renewing the mandate of UNAMA. And we thank them for consulting with the members of the Council to reach a consensual draft that would guarantee the continuation of the work of UNAMA. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain voted in favor of this resolution to renew the mandate for 3 additional months because we believe it's important for UNAMA to continue to carry out its functions during this period, and given how important its role is in coordinating international efforts when it comes to Afghanistan and to support response to developments at the political and security and economic levels in the country. The Kingdom of Bahrain believes that this renewal will allow the members of the Security Council to strengthen their support to UNAMA so that we can support its work and enable it to carry out its functions effectively so that it can continue to support the Afghan people and meet their basic needs in a way that would guarantee the implementation of its mandate in an effective manner. The Kingdom of Bahrain stresses the need to continue with our international efforts in order to support security and stability in Afghanistan in a way that maintains its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and meets the aspiration of the Afghan people. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Mr. President, France welcomes the 3-month extension of the mandate of the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, UNAMA. We thank China for its work to facilitate this adoption. France reiterates its full support for UNAMA. The mission's work on the ground in service of the Afghan people is of crucial importance in accordance with the mandate that the Council has entrusted to the mission. The mission guarantees coordination and delivery of humanitarian aid throughout the country. The mission is responsible for facilitating political dialogue between all Afghan stakeholders and for protecting and promoting human rights. Since taking power by force almost 5 years ago, the Taliban have violated their international obligations and imposed a policy of systematic persecution of women and girls. Against this backdrop, the UNAMA must continue the implementation of its mandate in its entirety, all the facets thereof. This Council cannot abandon the Afghan people. Mr. President, our commitment must continue to guarantee compliance with the resolution setting forth the international community's demands where the Taliban are concerned. We hope that the discussions which will be held over the next 3 months will allow this Council to reach consensus regarding the lasting renewal of the mission's mandate. We owe just that to the Afghan people. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the penholder, China, for their dedicated and constructive approach to ensuring that this important mandate continues. Let me also take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the staff of UNAMA. Their dedication and hard work are invaluable and should not be taken for granted. Latvia fully supports the renewal of UNAMA's mandate and voted in favor of its extension for 3 months, although our strong preference was to extend the existing mandate for 1 year. The current human rights mandate of UNAMA is comprehensive and robust. We especially value the role of UNAMA in defending women's and girls' rights and engagement with Afghan women's organizations. UNAMA's work in monitoring and reporting on human rights violations, including on violations and abuses against children, is crucial at a time when women and girls have lost almost all of their basic rights and freedoms since the Taliban took control. Judicially sanctioned corporal punishment, extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearance, torture, attacks on the media and civil society, and discrimination of ethnic and religious minorities are only some of the widespread abuses carried out under Taliban rule. UNAMA is also uniquely positioned as the main UN actor providing outreach and political good offices on the ground and facilitating dialogue between all relevant Afghan political actors and stakeholders. Its role in coordinating and facilitating humanitarian assistance is essential, as is the promotion of responsible governance and the rule of law. Latvia has no doubt a continued, strong UN field presence in Afghanistan is vital. The coming 3 months will allow the Council to thoroughly reassess the mandate of the mission, but let us be absolutely clear, we remain committed to ensuring that UNAMA has a strong, credible and robust mandate. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greece welcomes the adoption of this resolution and thanks the penholder China for their work. Greece voted in favor of the resolution, reiterating our unwavering support to UNAMA and its mandate in its entirety. In this regard, we echo the support for the swift appointment of a new special representative of the Secretary-General to head UNAMA. Mr. President, Greece appreciates UNAMA's invaluable contribution to the coordination of humanitarian assistance in Afghanistan, the promotion of human rights and the rule of law, as well as the good offices it provides to facilitate dialogue between the international community and the Taliban. UNAMA's role is particularly important given the violations of human rights in Afghanistan, especially women's rights, culminating in the ban on education for girls beyond the 6th grade and the ban on Afghan women, UN employees, for accessing UN premises. Greece reiterates its condemnation of these practices and calls on the Taliban to immediately reverse them. At the same time, the present mandate highlights the importance of concrete measures and strengthened efforts that the Taliban need to undertake immediately to combat terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, the need for disaster risk reduction to address the impacts of natural disasters such as floods, droughts, and heat waves, and the frequent level of civilian casualties, particularly children, from explosive ordnance incidents, pointing to the need of supporting the Mine Action Program in Afghanistan. Mr. President, we remain committed to working with our fellow Security Council members for the continuation and the retention of UNAMA's strong mandate also beyond June 2026. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I also extend our gratitude to China for their work as penholder on this text. Colleagues, the United Kingdom is pleased the Council has unanimously agreed the renewal of UNAMA's important mandate. This includes new language calling on the Taliban to reverse its latest restrictions against women and girls, including the decree on the criminal rules of courts and the ongoing ban on Afghan women accessing UN premises. We reiterate our call on the Taliban to heed this Council's collective demands. As DSRSG Gagnon set out last week, UNAMA is continuing its vital work to coordinate and facilitate humanitarian efforts, promote the rights of all Afghans, including women and girls, and advance a political pathway to help achieve an Afghanistan at peace with itself and its neighbours and meeting its international obligations. We commend UNAMA's unwavering persistence within an increasingly complex context and in spite of the Taliban's ongoing intransigence. While the Taliban's repression and restrictions on women and girls continue, the United Kingdom will remain steadfast in our support for the retention of UNAMA's important human rights functions, including, and in particular, the promotion of gender equality and the full, equal, meaningful and safe participation of women in all levels and stages of decision-making. Over the next 3 months, we look forward to working together with all Council members to agree the scope of UNAMA's future mandate and to ensure the UN's continued presence on the ground. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señor
Thank
presidente.
you, Mr. President.
Panama
agradece
a la
is
delegación
grateful
de China
to the delegation of
por su
China
liderazgo
for
y
their
ecuanimidad
leadership and
durante el proceso
equanimous
de
work
preparación
during
de
the
esta
process
resolución.
to prepare this resolution.
Panamá votó a favor
Panama
de esta
voted in
resolución
favor of this
porque
resolution
consideramos que la
because we are
presencia
of
de
the
las
view
Naciones
that
Unidas
the
en
presence of the
Afganistán
United Nations
sigue
in
siendo
Afghanistan
esencial,
continues to remain
sobre todo en este
paramount,
momento y
particularly
en las
at
actuales
this
circunstancias.
juncture and under current
Dicho esto,
circumstances.
no
With that
podemos
in
ignorar
mind, we cannot,
que la
however,
reducción
ignore
del
the fact
periodo de
that
renovación del
the reduction
mandato de
of
un año
the
a
renewal
3
period for the
meses
mandate from 1 year
podría
to 3
ser
months
malinterpretada
could be
como un cuestionamiento
wrongly
a las
interpreted
funciones que desempeña la
as a
misión
calling into
y a su
question of the
estabilidad.
mission's mandate and the
Por
stability
ello
of its
resulta
presence.
esencial
As
que el
such, it is of
Consejo
the utmost
aporte la
importance that
mayor
the
claridad
Council
posible
bring the
sobre el
greatest possible
alcance
degree
y
of
los
clarity
objetivos
to the
de
scope
cualquier
and
revisión que se
goals of
contemple,
any renewal
habida
of the
cuenta
mandate considered.
de que la
We must
necesidad
bear
de
in mind
oportunidad para una revisión
that
es lo que se está
the
ofreciendo
opportunity
como
to
justificación
renew a
para recortar
mandate
el periodo de la extensión del mandato de un año a 3 meses.
is something
Por
that
otra
must be
parte,
used to look
esta
at whether you
decisión
renew a mandate for 1
podría
year or
introducir un
3
grado de
months.
incertidumbre
What
para el
we've just
personal de la
done could
misión que
sow
desempeña
uncertainty
su
among
labor
the
en
mission
condiciones
personnel.
ya de por
They
sí
undertake their
complejas.
work in conditions that
Si
are
el
already
Consejo
highly
ha
complex.
decidido
The
abrir un
Council
espacio
has
para revisar el
decided
mandato,
to leave room
es
for
importante
mandate
que esta
renewal.
discusión se lleve a
However,
cabo
this
con
discussion
claridad
must
y
be
en un plazo
conducted in
razonable.
lucid terms and within a
Resulta
reasonable time
fundamental
frame. It is
que se defina
fundamental
cuanto antes
that we
los
define
elementos que
without
se
delay
pretende
the
revisar
elements which we're
de
looking to
manera que se
review in
introduzca
any review
que se
so
reduzca la
that we
incertidumbre
reduce
y se preserve
uncertainty
la capacidad
and
operativa
so
de la
that we
misión.
preserve the mission's
En
capacity
un
to
contexto
operate
regional
in a
cada
regional
vez más
context
frágil
which is
y frente a
increasingly
desafíos
fragile and
persistentes
facing persistent
relacionados con el
challenges
terrorismo,
related to
la crisis
terrorism, the
humanitaria y
humanitarian
la situación
crisis,
de los
and
derechos
the
humanos,
human rights
en
situation,
particular los derechos
particularly
de las mujeres
that
y las
of
niñas,
women and
la labor
girls,
de UNAMA
the
sigue
work of
siendo
UNAMA
indispensable.
remains of vital
Por ello,
importance.
reiteramos
That as
nuestro
such,
llamado
we
al
reiterate
Talibán
our appeal
para
to
que
the
levante
Taliban
las
to
restricciones que
lift
impiden
the
a las
restrictions
mujeres
which
afganas
prevent Afghan
trabajar
women
en las
from
instalaciones de
working
Naciones
in
Unidas,
the premises
una
of the
medida
United Nations. This is
incompatible
a
con
measure
la
which is
organización y
incompatible
que limita
with
la
the
capacidad de la
organization and one which
para
stymies
cumplir
the
con su
mission's
mandato.
ability to discharge its
La misión
mandate.
cumple un
The
papel
mission
central,
plays a
no solo en
vital
facilitar
role,
el
not
diálogo
only in
político con
terms
las
of
autoridades de
facilitating political
facto,
dialogue with the de
sino
facto
también en
authorities,
mantener a la
but
comunidad
also in
internacional
terms of
debidamente
ensuring that the
informada
international
sobre la
community remains
evolución de
duly
la situación en el
informed
país.
regarding the evolution of the
Esperamos
situation in the
que la
country.
designación
We
de un
hope
nuevo
that the
representante
appointment of
especial
the
del
new
secretario
special
general
representative of the
pueda
Secretary-General
concretarse a la mayor
will
brevedad posible
occur
para ofrecer a la
forthwith
misión
so that we
la
can offer
capacidad
the mission the capacity
continuar
it
su labor.
requires to continue its work.
Las Naciones
The
Unidas no
United
pueden
Nations
permitirse
cannot
perder las pocas
afford
ventanas que
the
existen
luxury
para
of
proyectar avances
losing the
en los
few
3 pilares
windows
de la
that
organización:
exist to make
la
progress
paz y la
across the 3
seguridad
pillars of the
internacionales,
organized work,
los derechos humanos
international
y
peace
el
and security,
desarrollo.
human rights and
Panamá apoya
development. Panama
plenamente los
fully
esfuerzos por
supports the
modernizar el
efforts
trabajo
taken
del
to
Consejo
modernize
y
the
del
Council's
sistema de las
work
Naciones
and
Unidas.
indeed that of the
Sin
United
embargo,
Nations system.
cualquier revisión
However,
debe
any
estar anclada en la
review
realidad sobre el
must be
terreno,
rooted in reality
especialmente
on the
en un
ground,
contexto
particularly
tan
in a
desafiante
context which is
como el
as
de
challenging
Afganistán.
as that in Afghanistan.
Presidente, el mundo fuera de
President,
estas
the
paredes
world
avanza a
outside of
gran
this
velocidad.
chamber is moving
Adaptarnos
forward
a
at
esa
breakneck
realidad es
speed.
necesario.
We need
Sin
to
embargo,
adapt to
el
that very
respeto
fact.
por los principios
However,
fundamentales de la
respect for
organización
the
debe
organization's
seguir
fundamental
siendo
principles
no
must
negociable.
remain
Muchas gracias.
non-negotiable. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also thank the pentholder, China, for their efforts. Denmark voted in favor of today's resolution to renew the mandate of the UN Assistance Mission in Afghanistan and ensure its continued presence on the ground. Afghanistan continues to confront a profound humanitarian and human rights crisis, with women and girls, minorities, and other vulnerable groups bearing the heaviest burden. In this challenging context, UNAMA remains indispensable. Its mandate is essential for providing information and analysis about the situation in Afghanistan Afghanistan, for maintaining dialogue with the Taliban and for coordinating international efforts, including humanitarian assistance and human rights monitoring, reporting, and advocacy. Denmark commends UNAMA's vital work in monitoring and reporting on human rights violations, not the least those targeting women and girls. Nowhere is this work more necessary than in Afghanistan, where women and girls continue to be systematically deprived of their most fundamental rights. Denmark therefore welcomes that the resolution includes updates on recent developments, such as the continued ban of Afghan female UN staff and the decree on the criminal rules of courts. The message is clear. The Taliban must immediately reverse all policies that restrict women from exercising their fundamental rights, including access to education, employment, healthcare, justice, and participation in society. They must also allow UN female staff to return to the workplaces. The UN must be able to carry out its mandate without constraints and benefit from the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in its work. While Denmark would have preferred a longer renewal to provide greater predictability for the mission and its staff, this extension nevertheless demonstrates the Council's continued commitment to the Afghan people and to UNAMA's presence in Afghanistan. Looking ahead, it's vital that UNAMA will continue to receive the full and unified support of the Security Council, together with a mandate that enables it to operate effectively, engage all relevant actors, monitor and report on human rights, and assist international efforts to address the urgent needs of the Afghan people. We look forward to working constructively with the Council members on this end. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. Permítame iniciar agradeciendo a China by thanking China as penholder for the way that they steered the negotiations and for presenting a balanced text, a text which made it possible to garner consensus around the extension of the mission's mandate, that is the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, UNAMA. My delegation notes with regret that the mandate's extension was not for 12 months. That was the preference of the majority of Council members. Colombia remains ready and willing to constructively discuss over the coming months the tasks entrusted to UNAMA by way of reinforcing our commitment to the mission's work that seeks to heed the needs of the Afghan people. We'd like to point particularly to the role UNAMA plays in terms of facilitating dialogue and its good offices. It monitors and promotes human rights. It promotes resilience and economic stability, and we note its support for the coordination of humanitarian assistance. We are gravely concerned yet again at the human rights situation in Afghanistan, particularly in view of the systematic restrictions that continue to affect women and girls. The exclusion of women from public life, education and employment are grave violations of their fundamental rights, and these restrictions undermine the foundations of a just and inclusive society. The persistence of gender-based violence fuels cycles of violence and marginalization. It limits the full participation of women in social, economic and political life in Afghanistan and impedes efforts to build a lasting peace and to strengthen social cohesion. Precisely for these reasons, it is vital that UNAMA continue to fully discharge its mandate, including the monitoring and promotion of human rights and the support for efforts aimed to ensure inclusive governance. Finally, by way of conclusion, we wish to underscore the pivotal coordination work, more specifically the work the mission does to coordinate humanitarian assistance. The growing humanitarian needs of the Afghan people lay bare the urgent need to continue continue advocating for financing commensurate with the population's current needs. Colombia reiterates its support for the continuation of UNAMA's work and the continuation of the work of the UN system more broadly in Afghanistan. That work is vital to support the Afghan people in the face of the multidimensional crises besetting the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Colombia for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United States. The United States expresses appreciation to the penholder and our other fellow council members for their constructive dialogue in renewing this mandate. Colleagues, as we heard from UNAMA's leadership last week, the Taliban continues to prevent Afghan female staff from entering UN premises across the country. This and other constraints impede UNAMA's ability to address the humanitarian and economic crisis that the Taliban's own policies continue to inflict on the people of Afghanistan. By extending UNAMA's mandate for 3 months today, this Council has the opportunity to ensure that UNAMA will be fit for purpose, including giving due consideration to the funds we collectively provide for this mission's budget. We recognize that UNAMA's dedicated staff is doing important work under difficult and often dangerous conditions. This includes UNAMA's valuable reporting, which informs this Council's decisions on Afghanistan, as well as its efforts to help address the widespread humanitarian crisis and promote peace through dialogue. We look forward to working with other Council members between now and June 17 to find ways to streamline this mission's mandate, remove functions that duplicate other efforts or that cannot be carried out in the current environment, and ensure that UNAMA is mandated to carry out activities that contribute directly to advancing peace and security in Afghanistan and the region. I thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
My email. The 10,122nd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The agenda is adopted. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. Pending the election of the chairs and vice chairs of subsidiary bodies, and following the understanding reached among council members in this regard, I have the honor to report the Security Council work on the committee established pursuant to Resolution 1540. I am pleased to report on progress made since the last briefing on August 6, 2025. Since that briefing, the committee continued its activities in accordance with its mandate, supporting and monitoring national implementation, providing assistance to member states, cooperation with international, regional, and sub-regional organizations, as well as transparency and outreach. In 2025, the committee participated in 26 outreach events on the implementation of the Resolution 1540 at national, sub-regional, regional, and international levels. In accordance with paragraph 26 of Resolution 2663, the committee convened its second open briefing for member states and international, regional, and sub-regional organizations in October 2025. In total, 42 member states and 9 international, regional, and sub-regional organizations made statements during the briefing. The committee continued to undertake initiatives to strengthen the capacity of national points of contact for Resolution 1540, including through regional training and programs. The committee co-hosted, in cooperation with Panama, with the Office of Disarmament Affairs, a training course for points of contact in the Latin American and Caribbean region in Panama City in December last year. The committee approved its first voluntary technical reference guide in accordance with paragraph 13 of Resolution 2663 and made it available on the committee's website. This guide relates to paragraph 3D of Resolution 1540 regarding the obligations to establish, develop, review, and maintain appropriate, effective national export controls. The committee also developed a multi-year program of outreach to states as requested by the Security Council in paragraph 24 of the resolution and made it available on the committee's website. In accordance with paragraph 17 of the resolution, the committee continued to periodically review, as appropriate, the role, efficiency, and effectiveness of the committee's mechanism for matching offers and requests for assistance, including by sending correspondence to 11 member states that had made a matchmaking assistance request prior to January 2022. The aim of this correspondence was to ensure that the committee is aware of any possible further assistance requirements related to fully matching these requests. In 2025, 23 member states provided updates on their national points of contact. This year, until now, 6 additional states provided updates, and 1 member state nominated its point of contact for the first time, bringing the total number of member states with 1540 points of contact to 157. In accordance with paragraph 3 of Resolution 2663, the committee will conduct a comprehensive review on the status of implementation of Resolution 1540 by December 2027. The committee, therefore, started the discussion on the 2027 comprehensive review process. In this context, during December 2025, the committee adopted a modalities paper that will serve as a guide for the 2027 comprehensive review process. The agreed modalities paper has been published on the committee's website. Preparations for the 2027 comprehensive review include, among others, the updating of the 1540 committee matrices, which reflect national implementation information on measures adopted by each UN member state in fulfillment of their obligations. While work on updating the 1540 committee matrices has already commenced, the committee sent correspondence to member states encouraging them to submit reports and updated information on national implementation before the end of May 2026. In the context of the comprehensive review process, I would also like to draw the Council's attention to the work of the 1540 group of experts. The group is now operating with only 6 experts, with 3 vacancies remaining under consideration by the 1540 committee. In order to ensure that the committee support structure is fully resourced, especially in the view of the ongoing 2027 comprehensive review, the committee underlines the importance of filling the vacancies in its group of experts. Looking forward, the committee will continue its work under the adopted 22nd program of work of the committee, covering the period from February 1st, 2026 to January 31st, 2027. This includes a comprehensive list of the committee's planned activities to support full implementation of the requirements of Resolution 1540 by all member states. In closing, I wish to express my appreciation to the committee members for their efforts in support of the committee's work, and to the group of experts, officials in UN ODA and DPPA for their invaluable support to the committee. Thank you. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. We are grateful for the convening of this briefing of the 1540 Committee. It allows us to ensure that this resolution remains both relevant and visible. The resolution is one of the vital components of the multilateral non-proliferation system. We reiterate that compliance with the 1540 mandate is vital in order to preserve collective security and in order to avoid non-state actors from accessing weapons of mass destruction. As such, Panama remains staunchly committed to the full implementation of Resolution 1540, both in its national capacity as we were during our chairmanship of the committee in 2025. Moreover, we wish to convey our hearty thanks to the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and to the Office of Disarmament Affairs. We also thank the group of experts. We thank them all for their commitment and the administrative and technical support provided. That support allowed us to reach important milestones during our 2025 chairmanship. At the same time, we are compelled to indicate that in spite of these achievements, we believe it to be a source of great regret that the committee was not able to fully begin its work until May of 2025. That gave rise to major challenges in terms of sticking to the timeline we had agreed upon. Moreover, we note that we are now in the 3rd month of 2026 and continue to await the confirmation of subsidiary bodies. In spite of the challenges produced by the state of gridlock within subsidiary bodies, Panama remains fully, unwaveringly committed to the stability, continuity and total resumption of the committee's work. President, allow me now to discuss where things currently stand with the committee. 2026 is a strategic year. You indicated just that in your report. This year must stand as a platform to allow us to prepare fully for the comprehensive review of 2027. That review will be decisive in terms of establishing the committee's roadmap
to
run till 2032, rather, and it will be a vital platform to allow us to assess rigorously progress and shortcomings in the resolution's implementation. To fully perform that work, the committee must absolutely have a complete group of experts, which is also fully operational, is stable, and which enjoys adequate resources. It is only with such a group of experts that we can guarantee that the information submitted by member states be analysed with the technical rigour and scrutiny required. In a global environment marked by rapid technological progress, the proliferation of dual-use capacities, and the growing transfer of intangible transfer of knowledge, the international community cannot afford to let up. The effectiveness of Resolution 1540 depends directly on the committee functioning at an expeditious pace, predictably, and with sufficient technical capacity. In the same vein, Panama wishes to underscore the importance of ensuring that the committee continues to function stably and at an even pace. It must have a program of work which is implemented smoothly and with ongoing dialogue with member states. We commend the fact that in February 2026 we adopted such a program of work by consensus. We thank all committee members for their cooperation in that regard. Panama has advocated for practical cooperation as the lodestar of the committee's work. We've had such cooperation, particularly with Latin America and the Caribbean. There, significant progress has been made, but challenges remain, persistent challenges which require continuity and technical support. That emerged during the regional focal point course that was held in 2025, December. That course made it patently clear that the region is increasingly interested in and committed to the implementation of the resolution. To conclude, Madam President, we reiterate that Panama is ready and willing to continue actively and responsibly contributing to the work of the committee. Resolution 1540 is a vital tool to buttress international peace and security, and it deserves the institutional and political support which will allow it to be fully effective. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
Madam President, at the outset, I would like to express our gratitude for all of the efforts undertaken by the 1540 Committee, as well as the group of experts, especially as regards the support provided to the implementation of this resolution related to non-proliferation. I also wish to express our appreciation to the US Presidency of the Security Council. Thank you for convening this important meeting, which is an ideal opportunity for us to exchange views on how we can implement this resolution, a resolution which is a key pillar of the international disarmament regime. Madam President, this meeting comes at a very sensitive time as our region is seeing a dangerous escalation, in particular owing to Iranian aggression, unfair aggression that's been ongoing since the 26th of February of this year, targeting the GCC countries, including my country, Bahrain, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The international community has condemned these attacks through Resolution 2817, adopted by the Security Council very recently, a resolution which condemns these attacks, targeting critical and civilian infrastructure, which constitutes a direct threat to regional and international peace and security. Madam President, the Kingdom of Bahrain, within the framework of our membership of the Security Council, is undertaking efforts to enhance our collective security regime, all the while defending the security of our citizens, defending our sovereignty, especially in the face of an unjustified, unfair aggression. The Kingdom of Bahrain remains committed to its firm approach underpinned by wisdom, restraint, and we are committed to continuing our work hand in hand with the international community so as to bolster our neighborhood policies in full respect for the sovereignty of states and while participating in contributing to prosperity and development in the region and beyond. Madam President, the situation we're facing today reflects aggressive policies pursued by Iran. They constitute an open challenge to the efforts of the international community, which aim to achieve non-proliferation and collective security. On this note, the use of drones reflects, Madam President, the use of drones reflects a very dangerous aspect of these activities undertaken by Iran. Madam President, the Kingdom of Bahrain would like to insist on the importance of Security Council Resolution 1540, which seeks to combat the acquisition of WMDs by non-state actors and their vectors. We welcome the positive momentum that's been generated by the committee and await with great interest the 5-year comprehensive review, the quinquennial review to be held in 2027, which will serve as an opportunity to reinforce the implementation of this resolution. We'd also like to emphasize the importance of creating a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East. This is a key component that will help us to achieve regional and international security. By way of conclusion, we would like to commit ourselves to ongoing work with members of the committee and all international partners so as to implement Resolution 1540 and to render real and to strengthen our international disarmament regime with a view to achieving our common objective, a world free from WMDs in all of their forms. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Madame la Présidente de la République démocratique
Madam President,
du Congo,
the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the DRC, would like to thank you for your exhaustive briefing on the progress made by the Security Council Committee established pursuant to Resolution 1540. We join our voice to the overall conclusion. The rise in extreme violence perpetrated by terrorists all over the world proves that no one will be spared from the threat of the use of WMDs by non-state actors.
Dans cette perspective, ma délégation relève
From this
que
vantage point, my
l'adoption à
delegation would like to
l'unanimité le
highlight
30
that the
novembre
unanimous
2022
adoption
de la
on the
résolution
30th of November
2663 prorogeant
2022
le mandat du
of
comité
Resolution
1540 pour une période de
2663
10 ans
extending
est une première avancée qu'il faut
1540
saluer car
committee
elle
mandate for a 10-year
permet à ce
period
comité
is
de
an
procéder à
important
des examens
achievement as it
complets de
allows
l'état
for the committee to
d'avancement
comprehensively
de la mise en œuvre de la résolution
review
1540,
the implementation
y
of
compris en
Resolution
tenant
1540,
des consultations
factoring
publiques
in
l'année prochaine
public
d'abord et
consultations
ensuite
which will be held
avant le
next
renouvellement
year
de son mandat en
and once
2032.
again before
Ma délégation se
the next
félicite
mandate renewal
particulièrement des
in
avancées
2032. In
réalisées
particular,
par le
we'd like to
comité,
commend the
notamment
headway
dans le
made
domaine
by
de
the
la
committee as
sensibilisation,
regards
du
awareness
soutien
raising,
apporté aux États membres
support
pour la
provided
mise en
to
œuvre
member
nationale de la
states
résolution
so as
1540,
to ensure national
ainsi que
implementation
du
of Resolution
renforcement
1540,
de la
as well as
coopération avec les organisations
the
internationales,
strengthening of cooperation
régionales et
with
sous-régionales.
international, regional, and
Le
sub-regional
28 avril
organizations.
2004, le
On
Conseil
the
de
20th of
sécurité
April
avait adopté à l'unanimité
2004,
la
the
résolution
Security Council
1540 en
unanimously
vertu du chapitre
adopted
7 de la
Resolution
Charte des Nations
1540
Unies,
under the auspices
affirmant que la
of
prolifération
Article
des armes
7 of the
nucléaires,
UN Charter,
chimiques et
reaffirming
biologiques,
that
ainsi que de leurs
nuclear,
vecteurs
chemical, and
constituent une
biological
menace
weapons,
pour
as
la
well as the
paix
vectors thereof,
et la
pose a
sécurité
threat to
internationale.
international
Cette
peace and security.
résolution obligeait
This
notamment les États
resolution
à
compels member
s'abstenir
states
d'apporter leur
to
soutien
abstain
à des
from
acteurs non étatiques
supporting
en matière de
non-state
développement,
actors,
d'acquisition, de
developing,
fabrication,
acquiring,
de possession,
producing,
de transport, de
possessing,
transfert
transferring,
ou d'utilisation
transporting,
de telles
or
armes
using
et de leurs vecteurs.
such arms
Aujourd'hui,
or their
22 ans
vectors.
plus tard,
Today, 22 years have gone by, and the international context is increasingly complicated. We're confronted with myriad challenges. The DRC would therefore like to reiterate the relevance of this resolution, Resolution 1540, and the 1540 Committee. We'd like to underscore the crucial role it plays as a fundamental pillar of the global non-proliferation architecture. It was established to oversee and to support our prevention efforts and efforts to counter the scourge. This is why we've taken good note and with great interest of the efforts undertaken by the committee to bolster the national focal point system, as well as the drafting of the voluntary technical guide on export controls. The aforementioned initiatives are useful tools which can help states as they implement the obligations. My delegation would also like to highlight the importance of international cooperation as well as of technical cooperation, which will allow all states, in particular developing countries, to bolster their legislative frameworks and institutional frameworks as well as regards non-proliferation matters. As we look ahead to the 2027 comprehensive review, the DRC invites the committee to continue assisting member states in implementing the resolution so that they can continue to update their national information and ensure we have an inclusive and effective process. To maximize and leverage these efforts, we wish for reminder letters to be sent so that states can submit their annual reports. Last but not least, the DRC would like to support efforts aimed at filling the vacant posts on the committee's group of experts to ensure that the group has the necessary resources available to fulfill its mandate. Before I conclude, Madam President, if I may, I'd like to refer to my statement delivered on the 12th of March 2026 in this chamber regarding the delay in distributing the chairs of the Security Council's subsidiary bodies. I'd like to recall once again that this obligation falls to our Council, an obligation to overcome our differences and to ensure that our essential activities, the activities of the subsidiary organs, can continue. By way of conclusion, the DRC remains fully committed to ongoing collaboration in a constructive spirit, working together with the committee and all member states so as to promote the universal implementation, the effective implementation of Resolution 1540, a vital and essential resolution for our collective security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, I wish to thank the Presidency for having presented the report on the activities of the 1540 Committee over recent months. I also wish to thank Panama for the work conducted as Chair of the Committee during 2025. The Resolution 1540 is a vital pillar of the international non-proliferation regime. Its effective implementation is, as such, in the collective interest of the international community. At a time when the non-proliferation is placed on its mettle, it is vital to reaffirm our commitment to the norms and instruments which underpin that edifice. That includes Resolution 1540 and the resolutions of this Council pertaining to the Iranian and DPRK proliferation crises, or for the NPT, whose Renew conference will meet here in a few weeks in New York. Among these threats to international peace and security, the potential acquisition of weapons of mass destruction or their means of delivery by non-state actors is one of the most grave. We've seen just that in Syria, a country whose people has weathered chemical attacks perpetrated by Daesh, as has been established by reports issued by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. In that country, the effective implementation of chemical programs inherited from the Assad era is thus necessary and urgent to prevent all risks of proliferation and of the resurgence of chemical terrorism. In this connection, we hail the cooperation between the Syrian authorities and the OPCW. These efforts must continue, and thanks to the mobilization and support of the international community, ultimately allow progress towards the destruction of the remains of the Syrian chemical program. We underscore the unwavering and decisive commitment of the countries in the G7 global partnership against these spread of weapons and materials of mass destruction. We chair that partnership this year, and we're promoting the Resolution 1540 and the implementation of it through that effort. This mobilization is taking the form of financial commitments that will benefit 10 countries. By way of example, we have financed to the tune of several millions of euros a UNODC program aiming to strengthen export controls. We're doing that with the Australia Group in Central Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. Here, I wish to recall the decisive role of export control mechanisms in the implementation of 1540 and the importance of ensuring compliance by member states with their obligations pursuant to that resolution. France fully supports the work done by the 1540 Committee to support the implementation of the resolution. We welcome the fact that the committee has agreed upon an annual program of work. It sets forth a clear roadmap for its activities in the coming months. It is important to continue to raise member states' awareness of their obligations pursuant to Resolution 1540. It's also important to support them as they seek to discharge their obligations, including through assistance. The development of the multi-year plan in this regard for awareness-raising activities is positive and vital. The 5-year review, which is set to be completed by 2027, will be hugely useful to take stock of achievements with the implementation of this resolution. We're ready to contribute to that comprehensive review actively. In order to ensure the successful conclusion of that comprehensive review, the 1540 Committee must have the means necessary to smoothly operate. The chair of this committee and the chairs of all other subsidiary bodies of the Council in this regard must be appointed forthwith. I wish to underscore the fact, as the President has just done, that all the vacant posts in the group of experts must be filled without delay. The effectiveness of the group of experts depends on it. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your briefing. Over the past year, the committee has carried out a great deal of productive work in promoting the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1540. China commends Ambassador Alvaro de Alba and his team for their efforts and expresses appreciation to the group of experts and the Secretariat for their contributions. For more than 2 decades, Resolution 1540 has played an irreplaceable role in consolidating international consensus on non-proliferation, promoting international cooperation in this field, and preventing non-state actors from acquiring weapons of mass destruction. The committee will conduct a new round of comprehensive review in 2027. At the same time, the international security situation has evolved profoundly with frequent localized conflicts and turmoil. The threat of terrorism remains severe, and the risks and challenges of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and the means of delivery still persist. President, the Chinese President Xi Jinping has put forward a global security initiative and a global governance initiative, advocating a vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, and practicing and upholding the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits in global governance. These are of great guiding significance in promoting governance in the field of non-proliferation. In the light of the above, I wish to make the following points on the work of the committee. First, non-proliferation is a global challenge. Addressing this challenge requires genuine multilateralism, fostering a universally secure international and regional environment, due consideration of the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and realization of common security so as to eliminate the root causes of proliferation. The Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the Biological Weapons Convention, and the Chemical Weapons Convention, together with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, constitute the international legal framework for non-proliferation. All parties should ensure the effective compliance with and implementation of these legal instruments so as to safeguard the authority and effectiveness of this regime. Second, member states are the main parties responsible for the implementation of Resolution 1540. All countries should continue strengthening their national capabilities and addressing gaps in legislation, institutional mechanism, and professional expertise related to non-proliferation. The committee should, on the basis of respect for the wishes of the member states and taking fully into account the national conditions and practical needs of the countries concerned, facilitate the matching of assistance and support targeted international cooperation. In recent years, member states, including China and Panama, have organized multiple regional training courses under the committee's framework, providing useful platforms for sharing experiences and enhancing cooperation. Third, emerging technologies such as AI, 3D printing, gene editing, and synthetic biology bring unprecedented opportunities for human development, but also pose prominent security risks and challenges. All countries should strengthen governance and oversight of emerging technologies to prevent non-state actors from abusing these technologies for proliferation activities. At the same time, the UN should play its role as the main channel to promote the development of the global governance framework and standards for emerging fields that enjoyed broad consensus. Fourth, achieving non-proliferation objectives should not come at expenses of scientific and technological progress. It is important to balance development and security, effectively safeguard the legitimate rights of developing countries to the peaceful use of science technology, and oppose the abuse of export controls and unilateral sanctions under the pretext of national security or non-proliferation. The General Assembly has adopted on multiple occasions the draft resolution entitled Promoting International Cooperation on Peaceful Uses in the Context of International Security, submitted by China and like-minded countries. China welcomed these and calls on more member states to support this resolution and welcomed continued inclusive dialogue among all parties to promote its effective implementation so as to build a just, reasonable, and non-discriminatory non-proliferation order. President, China stands ready to continue to work with all parties, participates constructively in the work of the committee, and contribute to the effective implementation of Resolution 1540, strengthening of a global non-proliferation governance and safeguarding international and regional peace and security. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for presenting the report. Colombia values the efforts taken by the committee to continue promoting the full and effective implementation of Resolution 1540. Moreover, my delegation applauds the fact that the committee now has a substantive program of work for 2026 to 2027. That program of work reflects a level of ambition which is commensurate with the broad nature of its mandate, particularly in terms of assistance, outreach, and preparation for the 2027 comprehensive review. We value the fact that the implementation of Resolution 1540 continues to be guided by the principles of transparency, equitable treatment, cooperation, and consistency. This will benefit the effective and universal implementation of the resolution. At the same time, we recognize that the resolution's implementation is coming up against practical limitations. These include the absence of a chair of the committee and the remaining vacancies among the group of experts. For my country, guaranteeing the operational continuity and the proper functioning of the committee is of the utmost importance. We trust that the situations outlined above will be resolved forthwith. Madam President, as things stand, we are witnessing the vertiginous speed at which new technologies are being developed, including those with dual-use applications. In turn, we are forced to contend with non-state actors' ability to adapt their methods to this reality, as well as their ability to take advantage of regulatory vacuums and to exploit legitimate supply chains to pursue unlawful ends. In a text marked by these characteristics, the committee's assistance mechanisms are of crucial importance. In many states, in particularly in developing countries, the effective implementation of Resolution 1540 does not depend solely on timely access to technical assistance to strengthen national capacity. It also depends on international cooperation being facilitated, such as to make it possible for these countries to acquire specialized equipment and technical support to strengthen national regulatory frameworks, expert controls, and to step up the security of sensitive material. Madam President, we take note of the beginning of preparations for the 2027 comprehensive review. That review will provide us with an opportunity to take stock of progress made with the implementation of 1540, as well as to identify any shortcomings. Against that backdrop, it is important, particularly important indeed, to guarantee that the group of experts has the human resources necessary to fully support the committee's work. Moreover, I wish to underscore the importance of placing the committee's efforts within the broader framework of the international disarmament and non-proliferation regime. Resolution 1540 is a pillar which can complement other instruments. These include the Convention on Chemical Weapons, the Convention on Biological Weapons, and the Non-Proliferation Treaty. That treaty will soon be submitted to another review. For my delegation, it is vital to strengthen synergies between the committee and these other instruments. This in order to guarantee consistency and effectiveness in terms of tackling modern proliferation challenges. To conclude, allow me to underscore Colombia's staunch commitment to the full implementation of Resolution 1540. We are similarly committed to strengthening multilateralism and international cooperation to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their means of delivery. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Colombia for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, my delegation thanks the Presidency, acting in the absence of a chair of the Security Council Committee established pursuant to Resolution 1540, for convening today's meeting and for the update on the committee's work. We note the progress achieved in the committee's work since the previous year, as reflected in the adoption of the 22nd Program of Work covering the period through January 2027. As we continue to reflect on the critical role of Resolution 1540, it remains a pivotal component of the global non-proliferation framework. We acknowledge the committee's dedicated work in promoting implementation and welcome the approval of the first voluntary technical reference guide concerning national export controls, which provides essential clarity for meeting obligations under paragraph 3 of the resolution. Madam President, Somalia recognizes the primary responsibility of the non-proliferation rests with the national government. However, we are mindful that obstacles developing countries face, such as limited resources and technical know-how. In this regard, we believe that developing capacity of all member states must be a shared priority. We welcome the committee's ongoing efforts to match offers of assistance with the specific requirement of member states to ensure no nation is left behind. We also note the committee's robust outreach efforts and its focus on fostering capacity building, as evidenced by the event co-hosted with Panama in December for points of contact in Latin America and the Caribbean. In conclusion, Madam President, Somalia reaffirms its commitment to the non-proliferation regime. Somalia will continue to work alongside regional and international partners to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and foster a safer, more secure world for all. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
I thank you, Madam President, for briefing the Council in your capacity as the acting chair of the 1540 Committee. Greece remains fully committed to supporting the effective and universal implementation of Resolution 5040, which aims to preventing the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their means of delivery to non-state actors, including for terrorist purposes. I will make 3 remarks. First, we commend the significant progress achieved in 2025 under the chairmanship of the permanent representative of Panama, Ambassador Eloy Alfaro de Alba, and his team. Second, in its capacity as vice chair, Greece actively participated in the committee's activities, including through co-chairing the second annual open briefing in October 2025, as well as with the organization and support of the UNODA of a workshop on maritime border security enforcement in November 2025. Third, important challenges for the committee lay ahead, recalling the need for the urgent appointment of chairs of the Security Council's subsidiary organs, including the chair of the 1540 Committee. In particular, in the coming period, the committee will be called to continue the preparation of the 2027 Comprehensive Review on the status of implementation of Resolution 1540. Moreover, it is important for the committee to ensure that the group of experts works efficiently and on a continuous basis, including through the filling of the vacancies within the group without further delay. Regrettably, this has become a long overdue issue. Finally, my country believes that the committee should further enhance its cooperation with international, regional, and sub-regional organizations and other UN bodies in the context of the resolution, particularly with the European Union. In conclusion, Greece commends the committee's support structure, including the group of experts UNODA and DPPA, for their invaluable support to the committee, and thanks Panama for its leadership. We stand ready to continue supporting the important work. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for this statement. I give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Madam President. We welcome the briefing delivered by the Presidency on the recent activities of the committee since the last briefing in August. The non-proliferation architecture has long been a cornerstone of international peace and security, and the role of the 1540 Committee has been key in this regard, ensuring that the most dangerous weapons do not end up in the hands of terrorists and other malign actors. It also provides relevant outreach and technical assistance to member states and other partners. The risks of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction have become increasingly diffuse as dual-use technologies, synthetic biology, and cyber sabotage, among others, have lowered the threshold for access and weaponization. Unfortunately, in recent years, we have also faced persistent and systematic efforts to weaken and undermine international non-proliferation norms from belligerent state actors. A prime example of this is the Iranian regime's opaque pursuit of uranium enrichment to such a degree that defies any possible peaceful purpose, along with a stock of ballistic missiles and cooperation with exactly this sort of terrorist groups that this resolution is meant against. The illegal nuclear program of the DPRK is another example, and so is the continued irresponsible, dangerous, and reckless nuclear rhetoric and threats as part of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, combined with unacceptable use of chemical weapons. Madam President, in an environment as tense and complex as this, the constructive work of the committee remains crucial. Its non-proliferation efforts resonate on a global scale, and we're therefore very pleased to welcome the recent adoption of the program of work for this year. However, this further illustrates the urgent need for all subsidiary bodies of this Council to resume their full operation in order to effectively implement their tasks. We also commend the pertinent role played by the panel of experts of the committee and strongly urge the committee to appoint qualified experts to the outstanding vacancies. A fully staffed and capable panel is of the utmost importance as we begin work towards a comprehensive review on the status of implementation of the Resolution 1540. And we remind that any efforts to delay, disrupt, or otherwise hinder the work of the committee, especially for political reasons, are worrisome and undermine the trust in the work of this Council. And we call on all parties to contribute constructively to the work of the committee. Madam President, all the subsidiary bodies of the Council play their unique and much-needed role in the global security architecture. And considering the subject matter and scope of the work undertaken by the 1540 Committee, we must support its work as if it were life or death matter, because it quite literally is. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me also thank the United States for the briefing as acting chair of the 1540 Committee while work continues on the subsidiary body package. We hope a solution can be found as soon as possible. We also express our appreciation to Panama for the leadership of the committee in 2025. Madam President, Resolution 1540 remains a cornerstone of the international non-proliferation architecture. Denmark reaffirms our strong commitment to its full and effective implementation and to preventing non-state actors, including terrorist groups, from acquiring nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons and their means of delivery. The global non-proliferation landscape remains under significant pressure. Ongoing conflicts and persistent proliferation concerns underline the continued relevance of Resolution 1540. Developments related to DPRK's nuclear and missile programs, Iran's deeply concerning nuclear aspirations, and the serious nuclear safety risks associated with Russia's illegal aggression against Ukraine remind us why strong national controls and international cooperation remains essential. In this regard, we urge all member states to continue strengthening regulatory controls and to adopt and effectively enforce the necessary national legislation and measures required under Resolution 1540. We also call upon the remaining member states that have not yet done so to submit their first national reports on implementation. These reports are essential for assessing progress, identifying gaps, and facilitating assistance. The committee plays a vital role in supporting member states in these efforts. To this end, cooperation and coordination with relevant international organizations and export control regimes remain essential. This includes facilitating the participation of the group of experts in relevant events that can further strengthen partnerships and help promote awareness of Resolution 1540. Madam President, looking ahead, the comprehensive review of the implementation of Resolution 1540, scheduled to be completed by December 2027, will be a milestone for the committee. Preparation for this review should therefore remain a top priority. We commend the group of experts for the dedication and highly professional work in support of the committee. We encourage them to continue playing a proactive role in assisting member states. It's therefore important that the group of experts be fully staffed. We hope that the remaining vacant positions will be filled as soon as possible, particularly in view of the upcoming comprehensive review. Finally, we would like to express our appreciation for the work carried out by UNODA and DPPA in supporting the committee. I thank you.
I thank the representative from Denmark for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President, and for presenting today's report. Let me begin by thanking Panama for its stewardship of the 1540 Committee in 2025, including through the creation of the first voluntary technical reference guide on national export controls. I will make 4 points. First, Resolution 1540 remains as important to international security today as when it was negotiated over 20 years ago. It remains the only universal, legally binding instrument that obliges all states to prevent non-state actors, including terrorist groups and criminal networks, from acquiring nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons and their means of delivery. The rapid diffusion of new and advanced technologies across the globe has made this threat more acute, not less. Full implementation of the resolution therefore remains a long-term task, and the United Kingdom calls on all states to implement their obligations under this resolution in full. Second, the United Kingdom welcomes the constructive consensus that made it possible to agree this year's programme of work, which, as we have regrettably seen in recent years, cannot be taken for granted. We encourage this consensus to further strengthen core national measures essential for the resolution's implementation, such as export and transshipment controls, enforcement provisions, control lists for sensitive dual-use items, and sustained assistance to states. Third, the United Kingdom agrees with the 1540 Committee's report on the importance of an active and fully staffed group of experts. Outreach is critical for the group of experts to execute its functions, including by providing insight and technical support to member states in their implementation of Resolution 1540. We remain concerned that unwarranted objections have continued to prevent the group of experts from attending outreach events focused on thematic and regional implementation issues. Any action that might hinder the committee's vital work should be reversed immediately. Fourth, the United Kingdom remains committed to assisting states in improving their national implementation. We will continue to offer our legal and regulatory expertise on 1540 related matters, and we will continue to contribute to wider security efforts that indirectly bolster 1540 implementation, such as the UK's ongoing financial and programmatic support to UNODA's Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention work, including universalisation outreach. Madam President, as we look ahead to the comprehensive review in 2027, we encourage all Council members to participate fully in preparations. With threats evolving rapidly, the review is our opportunity to develop clear recommendations to strengthen the resolution and ensure support is directed to the states that need it most. In that regard, the United Kingdom reaffirms the importance of ensuring that all Security Council subsidiary bodies, including the 1540 Committee, are swiftly allocated chairs. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
I thank you, Madam President, for the presentation of 1540 Committee's report in the absence of the committee chair. It again serves to underscore the urgency of appointing the chairs of subsidiary bodies without further delay. Important substantive work of the committees is suffering because of the inordinate delay. We take note of the report and are pleased at the progress made within the committee in the last few months. In this respect, we particularly acknowledge Ambassador Eloy Alfaro de Alba, the permanent representative of Panama, in advancing the committee's substantive work last year. President, in the current complex global environment characterized by several conflicts, simmering tensions, and security challenges, the promotion of non-proliferation efforts is more crucial than ever. Resolution 1540 plays a pivotal role in the global framework to prevent the proliferation of WMDs to non-state actors. The potential for non-state actors to acquire and use WMDs threatens national security of member states and gravely undermines international peace and security. The changing nature of non-state actors and terrorist activities underscores the importance of strengthening voluntary international cooperation and collaborative efforts to achieve the common goal of effectively implementing the Resolution 1540. Furthermore, as science, technology, and global trade continues to evolve, member states must stay abreast of these developments to effectively implement the resolution. The 1540 Committee can play an important role in promoting international understanding of these threats and our collective response. President, multilateral export control regimes can play a crucial role in strengthening global non-proliferation efforts. To maintain credibility, these regimes must avoid becoming exclusive syndicates, prioritizing political and commercial interests. Selective exceptions diminish the credibility of the global non-proliferation framework and risk further destabilizing regional and global peace and security. Effective non-proliferation requires a non-discriminatory, objective, and criteria-based approach. Such an approach is critical to maintain strategic stability at the regional and global level and avoid arms race. Moreover, non-proliferation efforts, important in their own right, must not impede international cooperation in the peaceful uses of dual-use technologies, which is vital for the economic development of all member states, particularly the Global South. All countries must be able to exercise their inalienable right to utilize nuclear energy and technologies for peaceful purposes, consistent with their respective non-proliferation and international legal obligations. Further work in this respect, including within the 1540 Committee, would be important to ensure equitable and unimpeded access to technologies while promoting the goals of global non-proliferation. Non-proliferation and peaceful technological development reinforce, not undermine, each other when approached through cooperative mechanisms on a non-discriminatory basis. President, Pakistan will continue its active contribution to the work of the 1540 Committee, including in the ongoing comprehensive review, which is a vital exercise in the implementation of the resolution. We also appreciate the dedication of the group of experts to advance the committee's work. We reiterate the view that the members of the group should be selected based on criteria of merit, expertise, and geographical rotation, and hope that pending vacancies would be filled while keeping in view above considerations. Pakistan would continue to promote and support global non-proliferation and the objectives of the 1540 resolution. I thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Госпожа председатель,
Madam President, we're grateful to you for your briefing about the work of the 1540 Committee covering the period between August 2025 to this day. UN Security Council Resolution 1540 remains relevant as a universal international instrument which seeks to preventing WMDs, related materials, and the means of their delivery falling into the hands of non-state actors. The importance of this document, the resolution, for promoting depoliticized cooperation between states so as to help achieve the aforementioned goal cannot be overstated. The Russian Federation has been unswervingly committed to the implementation of Resolution 1540. Russia was one of the countries initiating the adoption thereof. We directly participated in preparing the text. Against this backdrop, we attach great importance to the work of the 1540 Committee and to the joint efforts of the Security Council geared towards ensuring the effective functioning of said committee. From this vantage point, we welcome the consensus-based agreement on the program of work of the committee out to January 2027. We thank our UK colleagues for leading the informal work on preparing this. We're expecting that, despite the unresolved issue of seat allocation in Security Council subsidiary bodies, that the committee will manage to carry out all of the tasks assigned to it in a timely fashion. The imperative has been and remains strict compliance by the 1540 Committee with its mandate, which has clear-cut contours. The key components thereof are the monitoring of the implementation of Resolution 1540 and the coordination of international efforts so as to provide technical cooperation to states requesting it. In their work on this front, committee members should be guided exclusively by the goals of non-proliferation of WMDs. Assigning non-core functions to the committee, including the function of oversight, is something that's unacceptable. What's equally unacceptable is injecting topics into the committee's work, topics which stray beyond Resolution 1540 topics, for instance, the fight against terrorism, sanctions issues, and the development of new technologies. We shouldn't forget that the committee's group of experts answers solely to this body. It cannot act autonomously. We're grateful to group of experts members for their professional assistance provided to the committee and for effectively implementing the committee's instructions, especially given that it is not fully staffed. The Russian Federation is counting on the filling of remaining group of experts vacancies as soon as possible. This is of principal importance given the workload that will fall on the experts as they prepare for the comprehensive review of 1540 resolution implementation, which is scheduled for 2027. Given that the current U.S. presidency of the Security Council, given that the U.S. currently holds the presidency, we are counting on the U.S. undertaking efforts to ensure that this key unresolved issue is resolved. Madam President, the Russian Federation aims to continue constructively collaborating with all Security Council members as well as other states so as to ensure the 1540 Committee successfully carries out its work. We believe that it is this approach that will pave the way for the Committee effectively implementing the tasks before it as well as garnering consensus on the most tricky issues. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you. Liberia thanks the United States for convening this briefing and for presenting the update on the work of the committee established pursuant to Resolution 1540. We also thank Panama for their leadership. A non-nuclear weapons state party to the treaty, Liberia reaffirms its commitment to strengthening the global non-proliferation regime and takes note of the 22nd program of work of the committee covering the period through 31st January 2027. We pledge our support toward the effective implementation of the activities underlined therein. We note with encouragement the progress made by member states in fulfilling their reporting requirement under Resolution 1540. We commend these states for demonstrating transparency and commitment to strengthening the global non-proliferation regime. And in that regard, we are pleased to also report that Liberia is strengthening its safety frameworks. We have agreed a 2026-2030 country program framework with the IAEA prioritizing radiation safety, health, and border port capacities. Therefore, Liberia welcomes 1540 assistance, matchmaking for one, detection upgrades at our Roberts International Airport and the free port of Monrovia, and two, a national end-of-life pathway for disused medical sources. In conclusion, Madam President, allow me to emphasize what we already know, which is that the consequences of the use of weapons of mass destruction anywhere, especially the use of nuclear weapons, will be catastrophic everywhere. Likewise, the use of chemical or biological agents could cause widespread suffering and destabilize societies across the globe. Therefore, preventing such outcomes must remain a priority of this Council. This is why we join others to call for the full composition of this and all other subsidiary bodies of this Council. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liberia for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United States. The United States is pleased to note positive developments within the committee over the last year. In 2025, the committee supported implementation of Security Council Resolution 1540 through 25 events across 5 continents. The committee's group of experts participated in regional and national workshops focused on export controls, biosecurity, nuclear security, and chemical weapons convention implementation, reaching countries in Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Europe. We urge all committee members to support such outreach, as this council agreed to in Resolution 2663. Key accomplishments also included supporting the development of national action plans in Costa Rica, Nigeria, and Panama, facilitating peer-to-peer assistance between Botswana and South Africa, and conducting the committee's annual open briefing for member states and international organizations here in October. To prevent WMD proliferation and strengthen export controls worldwide, the committee also collaborated extensively with the IAEA, OAS, OPCW, and OSCE. The committee's efforts are instrumental in assuring that Security Council Resolution 1540 remains the foundation of global efforts to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their means of delivery, and to non-state actors, including terrorist groups. This comes at a pivotal moment for all of us, as terrorist groups such as the Houthis attempt to acquire these weapons and their delivery systems through illicit trade practices that threaten all of our security and global commerce. In closing, we urge all member states to undertake comprehensive steps towards national implementation of Resolution 1540, including the adoption of effective legislation, regulatory controls, and enforcement mechanisms. The United States stands ready to assist countries in these efforts, and we believe only through coordinated global actions we can effectively prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Together, we can ensure that Resolution 1540 is fully implemented, safeguarding global security and preventing the catastrophic consequences of WMD proliferation. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. This meeting is adjourned.
wollen zweitens beim Rückbau der Bürokratie für Unternehmen weiter und schneller vorankommen. Darüber sind wir uns auch einig. Danke sehr dafür, dass wir hier gemeinsam auch unter anderem dafür sorgen wollen, dass Planungs- und Genehmigungsverfahren beschleunigt werden. Gleiches gilt für den Bereich der künstlichen Intelligenz. Wir wollen unsere Regeln hierfür noch einmal verbessern und vor allem vereinfachen. Schließlich drittens haben wir gemeinsame politische Prioritäten auch im nächsten mehrjährigen Finanzrahmen. Wir sind ja mittlerweile eine kleine Gruppe der Nettozahler in der Europäischen Union und insofern haben wir hier auch gemeinsame Interessen. Und zwar besonders dringlich, heute über den Krieg im Iran zu beraten. Ich will aus meiner Sicht 4 Punkte hervorheben. Erstens darf die Region nicht in einen ewigen Krieg mit unklaren Zielen hineinschlittern. Eine weitere Ausweitung der Kampfhandlungen brächte große Risiken für unsere Partner im Nahen Osten und in der gesamten Golfregion. Gleiches gelte bei einem Zusammenbruch der iranischen staatlichen Ordnung, der territorialen Integrität, der Staatlichkeit und der iranischen Wirtschaft. Dieser Krieg muss deshalb schnellstmöglich und mit einem klaren Plan, mit einer Strategie zu Ende gebracht werden. Ich will daran erinnern, dass am ersten Kriegstag Präsident Macron, Premierminister Starmer und ich erklärt haben, wie die Vereinigten Staaten und Israel wollen wir ein Ende des iranischen Nuklear- und Raketenprogramms, aber wir beteiligen uns nicht an diesem Krieg. Das haben wir vom ersten Tag an gesagt. Das bleibt dabei für die Bundesregierung. Das heißt aber auch, solange der Krieg andauert, werden wir uns daran nicht beteiligen, in der Straße von Hormuz mit militärischen Mitteln eine freie Schifffahrt zu gewährleisten. Bis heute ist uns auch kein Konzept bekannt, wie eine solche Operation überhaupt gelingen könnte. Es fehlt uns im Übrigen, das wissen Sie aber auch alle, ein nach dem Grundgesetz erforderliches Mandat der Vereinten Nationen, der Europäischen Union oder der NATO. Zu jedem Zeitpunkt war also klar, dieser Krieg ist nicht Angelegenheit der NATO. Generalsekretär Mark Rutte hat das bereits betont. Ich will mich dem ausdrücklich anschließen. Die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika und Israel haben uns vor diesem Krieg auch nicht konsultiert. Zu Iran hat es eine gemeinsame Entscheidung über das Ob nie gegeben. Deshalb stellt sich auch nicht die Frage, wie sich Deutschland hier militärisch einbringt. Wir werden es nicht tun. Zweitens, das heißt nicht, dass wir untätig sind. Im Gegenteil. Präsident Trump hat vor 2 Wochen gebeten, im Sinne einer Lastenteilung die deutsche Präsenz an der Ost- und Nordflanke der NATO beizubehalten. Das tun wir. Das tun wir aus voller Überzeugung und wir legen auch nach. Ich habe das bei meinem Besuch am letzten Freitag in Norwegen auch unterstrichen. Es stehen im hohen Norden zurzeit 1.600 deutsche Soldaten im Rahmen der NATO-Übung Cold Response mit in dieser Übung. Das trägt auch der strategischen Einsicht Rechnung, dass die Kriege in Iran und in der Ukraine miteinander verbunden sind. Russland verfolgt die Entwicklungen natürlich um den Iran mit großer Aufmerksamkeit. Russland wird jede Chance nutzen, die NATO zu testen und die Ukraine zu schwächen. Deshalb war es nach unserer Auffassung falsch, dass Washington restriktive Maßnahmen gegen den Verkauf von russischem Öl gelockert hat. Wir werden diesen Weg nicht mitgehen. Wir werden den europäischen Sanktionsdruck auf Russland weiter erhöhen. Die Energiepreise lassen sich im Übrigen durch solche Zugeständnisse an Russland auch nicht nachhaltig senken. Aber für die Ukraine ist dies ein schädliches und falsches Signal. Es geht auch zulasten unserer europäischen Sicherheit. Drittens, wir blicken sehr beunruhigt auf die Entwicklungen im Libanon. Wir verurteilen scharf, dass die Hisbollah auf Seiten Irans jetzt in den Kampf gegen Israel eingetreten ist. Hisbollah muss sofort diese Angriffe beenden und die Waffen niederlegen. Wir unterstützen auch jede Anstrengung, die Gespräche zwischen Israel und Libanon in Gang setzen kann. Wir fordern aber auch Israel auf, zivile Ziele und die UNIFIL-Mission der Vereinten Nationen nicht anzugreifen. Wir verfolgen mit ziemlicher Sorge die israelische Bodenoffensive. Eine solche Offensive würde ohnehin die hoch angespannte humanitäre Lage und das dramatische Fluchtgeschehen weiter verschärfen. Deshalb fordern wir unsere israelischen Freunde eindringlich auf, schlagt diesen Weg nicht ein. Es wäre ein Fehler. Wir sind uns auch hierüber einig mit unseren wichtigen Partnern in Europa. Wir arbeiten schließlich viertens daran, die Auswirkungen des Krieges auf unsere Volkswirtschaften zu dämpfen. Deshalb haben wir im Rahmen der Internationalen Energieagentur in der letzten Woche Ölreserven freigegeben. Im Übrigen hat mir der norwegische Ministerpräsident in der letzten Woche noch einmal versichert, dass sie die Kapazitäten, die Norwegen in der Ölförderung hat und in der Gasförderung voll ausschöpfen und dass wir uns darauf auch weiter verlassen können. Im Übrigen werden wir in dieser Woche auch weitere Maßnahmen national auf den Weg bringen, unter anderem durch eine Änderung des Gesetzes gegen Wettbewerbsbeschränkungen. Das wird bereits am Mittwoch Gegenstand auch der Kabinettsbeschlussfassung sein und sehr zügig dann auch dem Deutschen Bundestag zugeleitet werden. Schließlich, wir werden beim Europäischen Rat noch diese Woche bereden, welche weiteren realistischen Maßnahmen es geben kann zur Energiepreisdämpfung. Dafür gibt es Vorschläge der Kommission, die zurzeit in der finalen Abstimmung sind, auch heute im Laufe des Tages mit der Kommission, mit verschiedenen Mitgliedstaaten und dann auch eben auch mit unseren niederländischen Freunden. Deswegen noch einmal sehr herzlichen Dank, lieber Rob, für den Besuch hier in Berlin. Und ich kann es nur noch mal sagen, ich freue mich auf die weitere Zusammenarbeit zwischen den Niederlanden between both our countries and people.
Vielen Dank, Friedrich, für den herzlichen Empfang hier in Berlin. Ich freue mich, dass wir uns so schnell nach meinem Amtsantritt treffen konnten, sogar noch vor dem Europäischen Rat. Und nicht nur, weil sich das für einen neuen Kollegen so gehört, sondern vor allem wegen des engen Verhältnisses zwischen unseren Ländern, das sich am besten mit dem Sprichwort beschreiben lässt: Gute Nachbarn brauchen keinen Zahn. Und diese Verbundenheit ist gelebte Realität. Vor allem in den Grenzregionen, wo viele Deutsche und Niederländer im Nachbarland arbeiten und soziale Kontakte haben. Viele sprechen auch buchstäblich die Sprache des Nachbarn. Und ich habe das selbst erlebt, als ich in einem Dorf an der Grenze wohnte. Trotzdem ist es wohl besser, wenn ich jetzt auf Englisch fortfahre.
Still, it's better for me to switch to English now.
Thank you very much for this wonderful visit here to Berlin, and I'm just like you, looking very much forward to a close cooperation in the years to come. And one of the areas in which our close ties are most apparent is defense. For 3 decades now, we've been working together in the 1st German-Netherlands Corps. We share a tank battalion, which has contributed to the protection of NATO's eastern flank, and our naval forces work closely together. And through our suppliers, we are closely connected with the production ecosystem in North Rhine-Westphalia, one of the pillars of the rapidly growing European defense industry. And admittedly, this defense marriage was originally one of convenience, but has provided a wealth of experience, which is proving very valuable now that the security is top of the European agenda. And that it's a blueprint for how Europe can build up its own defense within NATO, with open markets, more own capabilities, and fewer external dependencies. And this is one of the government's top priorities, and I look forward to continuing our excellent cooperation with Germany at both the bilateral and EU level. And the same goes for our support for Ukraine. Our 2 countries are at the forefront of efforts, both bilaterally and through the Pearl program, to provide the necessary air defense which are saving so many lives in Ukraine. And during my visit to Kyiv last week, the message I heard from everyone was very clear. We need all the equipment we can get to protect our citizens against Putin's aggression. And together we recently managed to organize another delivery of vital Patriot missiles, but a considerable effort will still be needed to share the burden more evenly and make our defense more European. And let me be clear, the Ukrainians are not only fighting their war, they're fighting a war for European values. I'm also thankful that during our meeting we could briefly reflect on the anti-Semitic attacks last weekend in the Netherlands, and about the meeting I had earlier today with the Jewish community in our country about the increasing anti-Semitism in the Netherlands. And let me be clear, this kind of violence is shocking and unacceptable. And for both the Netherlands and Germany, the safety of the Jewish community and the protection of the Jewish way of life in Europe is and will have our complete attention. As you've said, another major challenge for us is the current situation in the Middle East, which requires a lot of hardware and takes up much of our attention. And though Europe is not directly part to this war, we do have to deal with the consequences that affect us, such as increasing security issues for our allies in the region, potential migration flows, and the impact of prices increases on our public finances and household budgets. And last week, we already took a first step by releasing some of our oil reserves together so as to calm the markets. And the European Council will be an excellent opportunity to look at what else we can do to limit the impact on our society without disrupting our market economy. However, my message will be that we must not allow short-term issues to cloud our view of the long term, which is what the meeting should really be focusing on the importance of a competitive Europe, with fewer unnecessary rules and barriers in the single market, with innovation as a driver of future growth, greater energy independence, and more capital for the necessary investments, and a modern, multi-annual budget that focuses on the EU priorities. And these are all things that will help us achieve our aim of a strong, confident, and self-reliant European Union with a powerful voice on the world stage. And the Netherlands wants to help steer those European ambitions and be a voice for positive development once again, not by ourselves, but with our good neighbor by our side. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you.
I'm Charlotte Weijers, Dutch Public News Channel, NOS. If you allow me, Herr Bundeskanzler, Prime Minister, a question for both of you. Both the Netherlands and Germany have said they will not partake in the mission in the Strait of Hormuz. Does this mean the future of the NATO alliance is not good, bad, as President Trump has threatened? And there are other European countries that are directly or indirectly talking to Iran about letting their ships pass. Will Germany and the Netherlands do this too? And if not, what does this mean for the European alliance? Thank you.
You first. Yep. Thank you very much. As you know, we've received a request from the French government not so long ago to support them in a mission in the Eastern Mediterranean to protect Charles de Gaulle, but also Cyprus and other allies in the Eastern Mediterranean region. And I'm very happy that we can provide to this mission with this Dynamite at Davidson, one of the best ships in the world to protect our European allies. If there will be any other proposal for missions in the broader region, we will always look into it. But at this moment, it's way too early to respond to a request, since there is no request in any detail. This is a war that was started by the United States of America and Israel against Iran, very understandably, as also the Chancellor said, because we want to get rid of the Iranian nuclear program, the Iranian missile program, and we have been worried for a very long time about the impact that Iran has on the broader region through its proxies to destabilize the Middle East, but also to threaten the security in this part of the world. Obviously, this war has an impact also on Europe, mainly in terms of security and energy supply and energy prices. But at the moment, any mission in the Strait of Hormuz will need ease in tensions in the region, because at the moment, with the constant attacks, the constant Iranian attacks on our partners in the Gulf region, it will be very hard to secure the trade routes over there. So once again, as always, the Netherlands will have an open mind to any suggestion, but at the moment, there's not a concrete suggestion on the table yet.
Just let me add, I fully agree with what the Prime Minister said, and let me continue in German. Die NATO ist ein Verteidigungsbündnis und kein Interventionsbündnis.
NATO is a defensive alliance, not
deswegen ist die NATO hier auch überhaupt nicht gefragt. Ich habe meine Meinung zu diesem Krieg gesagt, schon sehr früh. Daran hat sich nichts geändert. Ich habe vom ersten Tag an auf die Risiken hingewiesen. Und die Risiken dieses Krieges sind groß. Sehr groß. Und deswegen wird es hier keine militärische Lösung geben, sondern es wird nur eine politische Lösung geben. Und ich kann alle Beteiligten nur aufrufen, eine politische Lösung zu suchen. Die Bundesrepublik Deutschland ist bereit, sich an einer solchen Lösung zu beteiligen. Das war im Übrigen auch der Grund, warum der deutsche Bundesaußenminister in der letzten Woche als der erste Außenminister überhaupt außerhalb der Region in der Region war und genau dieses angeboten hat. Aber dieses Angebot muss auch angenommen werden von allen Beteiligten.
parties.
Herr Bundeskanzler, Herr Ministerpräsident, lassen Sie mich eine Frage ergänzen dazu. Der amerikanische Präsident hat der NATO eine düstere Zukunft vorhergesagt, wenn man sich nicht beteiligen werde an der Begleitung von Öltankern. Ist das der Ton, mit dem man unter Verbündeten miteinander redet und will der US-Präsident die NATO quasi in den Krieg hineinziehen? Und Herr Bundeskanzler, eine Frage bitte, die ich ergänzend stellen darf im Zusammenhang mit der EVP. Ist es akzeptabel, was es als Zusammenarbeit zwischen der EVP und Rechtsaußenparteien im EU-Parlament in Chatgruppen gegeben hat? Ist das akzeptabel und welche Konsequenzen muss das haben? Danke Ihnen sehr.
Ja, Herr Blank, zu beiden Fragen gerne eine offene Antwort. Also ich habe ja mit dafür gesorgt, dass die Mitgliedstaaten der NATO auf dem NATO-Gipfel im letzten Jahr im Juni in Den Haag sich gemeinsam verpflichtet haben, 3,5% inklusive der Infrastruktur, sogar 5% des BIP für die Verteidigung auszugeben. Das ist ein berechtigtes Anliegen vieler Mitgliedstaaten gewesen, auch des amerikanischen Präsidenten, der uns ja dazu auch aufgefordert hat, wie frühere Präsidenten auch. Wir erfüllen unsere Verpflichtungen in der NATO und noch einmal, die NATO ist ein Verteidigungsbündnis und kein Interventionsbündnis. Und deswegen wünsche ich mir, dass wir auch mit dem notwendigen Respekt im Bündnis hier miteinander umgehen. Wir teilen das Ziel, dieses iranische Regime muss aufhören, es muss ersetzt werden durch eine demokratisch legitimierte Regierung, aber das herbeizubomben wird nach allen Erfahrungen, die wir auch in früheren Jahren und Jahrzehnten gemacht haben, aller Voraussicht nach nicht gelingen. Was die Zusammenarbeit im Europäischen Parlament betrifft, so will ich hier sehr klar und deutlich sagen, wir arbeiten nicht zusammen mit den Rechtsradikalen im Europäischen Parlament. Es gibt im Übrigen für alle Entscheidungen, die im Europäischen Parlament getroffen werden müssen, eine Mehrheit ohne die sogenannten Souveränisten, also auch ohne die deutschen AfD-Abgeordneten. Dafür gibt es Mehrheiten im Europäischen Parlament. Und auch der Fraktionsvorsitzende der EVP weiß, dass wir diese Zusammenarbeit nicht wollen. Ich kann das, glaube ich, nicht nur für meine Person sagen, sondern auch für den CSU-Parteivorsitzenden Markus Söder. Wir sind uns hier einig. Wir missbilligen auch das, was da in der letzten Woche offensichtlich auf Ebene von Mitarbeitern stattgefunden hat. Und ich gehe davon aus, und Markus Söder ebenso, dass dies abgestellt wird und dass dies gegebenenfalls auch Konsequenzen hat. Dafür trägt Manfred Weber jetzt die Verantwortung.
Let me respond briefly to your question regarding NATO. It's obvious that NATO is a crucial alliance for our security and that the Europeans and Americans have been working closely together for many, many decades now to keep our continent and the world a safer place. In The Hague, during the NATO summit, we've promised as European allies to do better, to invest more in our defensive capabilities, and that is also what the new Dutch government is doing. We are putting a lot of money in our defense, and I'm looking forward to have a closer cooperation with Germany and other countries to make sure that all this taxpayers' money is going to deliver us a stronger army, with more capabilities, with a stronger European defense industry and a more integrated armed forces so that we can also keep our own continent safe. So a strong NATO and a strong European defense policy is in our best interest, and I'm pretty sure that we can show also to the American president that the efforts that we are putting in place right now is our investment in a strong NATO, not only for the short term but also for the longer term.
Ja, guten Tag, Gierks, auch mein Dachblatt. Eine Frage an Sie, Herr Bundeskanzler. Es gab letzte Woche 2 Anschläge, vermutlich 3, auf jüdische Einstellungen in den Niederlanden. Wie reagieren Sie darauf? Question for you, Mr. Jetten. What have you just discussed regarding this topic about the Jews, well, the attacks on the Jewish community in the Netherlands? Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. As I said this morning in The Hague after meeting with several Jewish organizations, is that the security of Jewish minorities, in this case in the Netherlands, is not the responsibility of the Jewish community. It's the responsibility of each and everyone in society. We cannot be bystanders when we see an increase in anti-Semitism. We cannot accept any attack on Jewish synagogues, on Jewish schools, on the Jewish way of life. And of course, everyone feels threatened, is angered by the attacks that we've seen in Rotterdam and Amsterdam. But personally, I'm even more angry that we are not even surprised by it anymore. That we think it's normal nowadays that these things can happen. It is completely unacceptable, and we all have to do a better job to protect our Jewish Dutch citizens against this insecurity, and to make sure that each and everyone feels safe and feels free to live their life in our country. And what was interesting this morning during the meeting that I had in The Hague is that several of the persons invited also mentioned the German approach, the approach here in the capital, in Berlin, and they would love us to learn from each other and to work together to stop this rise of anti-Semitism in Europe. And I'm very much eager to play my role in that.
Ich bin dem Premierminister sehr dankbar für diese sehr klaren Worte, die ich uneingeschränkt teile. Wir sind gemeinsam aufgerufen, in der gesamten Europäischen Union und darüber hinaus jeder Form von Judenhass und Antisemitismus konsequent und kompromisslos zu begegnen. Wir intensivieren auch die Arbeit unserer Innenminister, tauschen Erfahrungen aus und werden alles dafür tun,
experiences and we will do whatever we can to ensure that our Jewish fellow citizens, that our Jewish communities can live safely and in security in both our countries. You may be aware of the fact that I paid a visit to a number of Jewish schools, amongst them the Jewish secondary school, and I was deeply shocked, I have to say, to see how afraid pupils and communities of Jewish origin are these days. I assure you that my government will do everything, really everything, to prevent such attacks. And we will prosecute resolutely any such attack, and we will work to prevent in future any such attacks. Again, I'm grateful that as neighboring countries and friendly governments, we seem to be in such agreement here as we are with many other members of the European Union. And we will also allow people to be prosecuted across the borders so that European borders will not prevent these people from being prosecuted and called to account.
Dankeschön. Herr Bundeskanzler, Sie haben ein vertrauensvolles Verhältnis zu der italienischen Ministerpräsidentin Giorgia Meloni aufgebaut. Nun hat UniCredit heute, obwohl Sie auch selber vor diesem Schritt gewarnt haben, ein Übernahmeangebot für die Commerzbank gemacht. Erwarten Sie, dass Frau Meloni diesen Schritt mit verhindert? Denn die Bundesregierung hat sich auch heute wieder sehr, sehr kritisch für diese Übernahme ausgesprochen. Und Herr Ministerpräsident, das Thema Gas ist angesprochen worden und mögliche Gasknappheit durch den Iran-Krieg. Sagen Sie zu, der neue Ministerpräsident, dass die Niederlande weiter Gas fördern, so wie Sie das in den letzten Jahren gemacht haben und möglicherweise die Gasversorgung auch für die europäischen Partner und Deutschland
explore gas and make it available for Germany to expand your production. Thank you.
Yeah. Obviously, the energy transition is one of the main priorities of our new government, so we are planning to speed up the rollout of offshore wind and the build-out of nuclear in our country to make sure that we have a self-reliant energy mix with lower prices for consumers and companies. But for the years to come, we will still be reliant on fossil energy for a part, and mainly natural gas. After the breakout of the Russian aggression, full-scale invasion in Ukraine, I myself was a Minister of Energy, and we've proven that we can deliver very fast by building a new import terminal in the north of the country, which has been supplying not only the Netherlands but also parts of Germany and mainly Czechia with enough natural gas imported from several parts of the world. Now, obviously, with the war in Iran ongoing, we also need to rethink what our energy mix looks like and where we get our gas imports from. And on the short term, the Netherlands stands ready to actually speed up the gas exploration in our part of the North Sea to make sure that we have a little bit more natural production as well as part of this mix. We are not fully reliant on imports from abroad, and I'm very happy that the Chancellor May had a very pragmatic and open conversation about the way that we can deliver these gas production from the North Sea, both for the Netherlands and Germany.
Ich will das vielleicht auch noch aus meiner Sicht ergänzen. Ich bin wirklich sehr dankbar, dass wir dieses gemeinsame Projekt haben und dass es jetzt nicht mehr am politischen Widerstand, sei es in der Bundesregierung oder in der niedersächsischen Landesregierung scheitert, dass wir diese Möglichkeiten gemeinsam nutzen. Wir brauchen Gas, übrigens Gas nicht nur als fossilen Brennstoff, das ist sicherlich ein auslaufendes Modell, wenn auch über eine längere Zeit. Gas ist ein wichtiger Rohstoff für unsere Industrie, für die chemische Industrie, und dafür wird es dringend gebraucht. Und insofern bin ich sehr dankbar, dass wir hier zu einem sehr pragmatischen Weg gekommen sind, nicht zuletzt ausgelöst durch den Regierungswechsel im letzten Jahr, dass wir hier eine Möglichkeit auch der Zusammenarbeit gefunden haben. Was das Übernahmeangebot der UniCredit betrifft, ist zunächst einmal festzuhalten, dass die UniCredit ein solches Übernahmeangebot machen muss. Jetzt, wo sie die 30%-Schwelle der Beteiligung überschritten haben, das ist nach dem Wertpapierhandelsrecht so vorgeschrieben. Im Übrigen ist das jetzt zunächst einmal Sache der beiden beteiligten Banken. Die politische Meinung der Bundesregierung dazu ist klar. Wir wollen die Eigenständigkeit der Commerzbank erhalten, aber zunächst einmal muss jetzt die Commerzbank, der Aufsichtsrat, der Vorstand auf das Übernahmeangebot der UniCredit eine Antwort geben, und alles Weitere wird sich dann im Laufe der nächsten Wochen und Monate zeigen. So, vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You ain't seen nothing yet. We're just getting started, babe. From the backseat to the front porch to a crowded church and a white dress. Every year, every tear, every sweet silhouette in that dress. Baby, this is just the first step. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing
I've been counted out, left on red, left in doubt. Every maybe felt like never, but I kept your picture in my wallet. Folded corners, yeah, I saw it. Every time the world said whatever, I get that tightness in my chest. When the floor drops, I don't rest. I just breathe, then move step by step. I'm never gonna stop trying, even when the waves keep rising. You can see the fear in my eyes, and still I'm standing. I'm never gonna stop reaching, even when my hands stop bleeding. Every little scar is a reason I'm still standing. Never gonna stop trying. Never gonna stop trying. Friends turned strangers overnight. Dreams went quiet, lost their light, but I learned to glow in the shadow. Talk to mirrors like a coach, get back up, that's all she wrote. So I run through every high, every hollow, and it's in my chest. But this fight don't accept any ending that says regret. Not yet. I'm never gonna stop trying, even when the waves keep rising. You can see the fear in my eyes, and still I'm standing. I'm never gonna stop reaching, tonight I'll rise. All my failures on my side, like a choir for my life, singing one more time, one more time. Hey, I'm never gonna stop trying, even when the waves keep rising. You can see the fear in my eyes, and still I'm standing. I'm never gonna stop reaching, even when my hands stop bleeding. Every little scar is a reason I'm still standing. Never gonna stop trying.
Second to none. I'm rising up. I'm rising up now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm the sparkle, fire. I'm the soul. I'm the sparkle, fire. I'm the soul. Dying in my stride like I'm born for the stage. Feeling that freedom, I'm turning the page. Power in my presence, never played safe. Catch me in the moment, center of the wave. I'm turning up. I'm turning up now. Oh, 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 I'm the sparkle, fire. I'm the soul. I'm the sparkle, fire. I'm the soul. I'm turning up now. Oh, 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 I'm the sparkle, fire. I'm the soul. I'm the sparkle, fire. I'm the soul. Hey, yeah. Phone face down, still I keep on checking. Mine runs wild, every scene projecting. Got your name doodled on my playlist. If this is wrong, I kinda wanna stay missed. I can't wait to see this play out in real life. Us in the front row laughing through the late nights. I can't wait to feel it. First love, first kiss, whatever this becomes. I can't wait to see this. I can't wait to see this. You say soon, yeah. You always say it. I hit send, then delete what I for this. I can't wait to see this play out in real life. Us in the front row, laughing through the late nights. I can't wait to feel it. First look, first kiss, whatever this becomes. I can't wait to see this.
Woke up feeling something shift. Same room but the air felt thick. Mirror said I'm still that kid. Art said you're bigger than this. Tie my laces, hands still shook. First step was the hardest one. Every lap, every sideways look, all fade when the race is run. I carried every doubt lightweight. Now I'm lighter than the flame. You can write it on the page. Everything changed. A legend was made today. From every little scar, every heartbreak, took all of the nights I almost walked away, and I turned them into gold in the name. Remember this face, this place, when the crowd stands up and they all say, a legend was made today. A legend was made today. Oh yeah. Hands up when I cross that line. Flashbulbs in my open eyes. But the loudest thing I heard was my own voice saying rise. All the times I came up short, played them back like old home tapes. Now they're just the proof I've grown. Steps I took to reach this day. I carried every doubt lightweight. Now I'm lighter than the flame. You can write it on the page. Everything changed. A legend was made today. From every little scar, every heartbreak, took all of the nights I almost walked away, and I turned them into gold into my name. Remember this space, this place, when the crowd stands up and they all say, a legend was made today. A legend was made today. Hey, this is for the kid who writes, for the one who's tired of trying. If you're standing on that edge, let this moment be your sign. A legend was made today. A legend was made today. From every little scar, every heartbreak, took all of the nights I almost walked away, and I turned them into gold in my name. Remember this face, this place, when the crowd stands up and they all say, a legend was made today. A legend was made today. A legend was made today.
Yeah. You feel that? Alright.
Go ahead, let it ride, let it go where you are. You just keep getting better, just keep getting better. You's a bona fide superstar. You just keep getting better, just keep getting better.
So, hey, say a few things. Everybody looking for a new thing. There you go, moonwalking like two wings. Just flew in, put the room in the mood ring. You got people talking your name up. I don't know how you came up, but either way you go, you deserve it. You put the work in, it's so perfect. Cause someone gets, but wait, you get what you want when you say. You can have the world if you want on a plate. Whoever said you ain't who you are, their mistake. It's up cause you are, you don't hear them, no way. Don't walk, you levitate. You see your chance, don't hesitate. Got look too good on your resume when that record play, yeah.
Go ahead, let it ride, let it go where you are. You just keep getting better, just keep getting better. You's a bona fide superstar. You just keep getting better, just keep getting better. Baby, don't you slow it down. Not for no one, baby, not for no one, baby, no. Go ahead, let it ride, let it go where you are. You just keep getting better. Don't you ever let up.
On off, let it ring like a hotline. Up for the night, living life for the plot line. You a good melody, I got a top line. You number one, make them settle for the top line. Cause you always in the bag, pop another tag. Quality is everything, cause moments never last. I don't wanna know how many minutes do we have till it's midnight. High heels click like glass on the floor. I heard people don't dance anymore. Never got the memo when it came, you ignore. People staring at at you like they never seen a real one round these parts before. But you don't walk, you levitate. You see your chance, don't hesitate. Gotta look too good on your resume when that record play, yeah. We gonna let it ride, let it roll. Where you are, you just keep getting better, just keep getting better. You's a bona fide superstar. You just keep getting better, just keep getting better. Baby, don't you slow it down. Not for no one, baby, not for no one, baby, no. Let it ride, let it roll. Where you are, you just keep getting better. Don't you ever let up, oh no.
False wrinkle on my face, coffee stain on my plain white shirt. Same old chain, same tie, playlist thinking, is this all I'm worth? Getting the name lights up my screen, sent the text that fits my face. Keep your eyes wide open, now I can't look away. You're gonna say something amazing today, like the first blue sky after weeks of rain. Doesn't look special till suddenly changes. Hold your breath, heartbeat, everything rearranges. You're gonna see something amazing today. Elevator up, heartbeat high, city home like a quiet prayer. You walk in, laughing at nothing. Suddenly there's color in the air. Every small step feels like fireworks. Every shy glint feels brand new. Didn't think the world could flip this fast, but it did when I saw. You're gonna see something amazing today, like the first blue sky after weeks of rain. Doesn't look special till suddenly changes. Hold your breath, heartbeat, anything rearranges. You're gonna see something amazing today. Maybe it's a stranger saying hi. Maybe it's a tear you let fall this time. Maybe it's just you suddenly believing you. You're gonna see something amazing today, like the first blue sky after weeks of rain. Gotta look special till suddenly changes. Hold your breath, heartbeat, everything rearranges. You're gonna see something amazing today. You're gonna be something amazing today.
Good job.
Dust on my boots and a full tank. Sun burning low in the rear view glass. She laughed, said, boy, this is your big plan. I smiled, said, girl, that's the first half. We ain't even hit that gravel. We ain't even killed that light. If you think this is a party, stick around tonight. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're just getting started, babe. Got a back road, got a sunset, got your hand in mine, and a wild heart set. On every mile, every kiss, every red Corvette in my head. Baby, this is just the first step. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Cooler in the bed, old shirts for a blanket. That song you love on the dash lit blue. You said this feels like the ending. I said no, this is the preview. We ain't even hit that river. We ain't even lost that phone. If you think you know my favorite, wait till I make you my home. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're just getting started, babe. Got a back road, got a sunset, got your name in mine on a mailbox sketch. Every bow, every fight, every makeup breath in our bed. Baby, this is just the first step. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Picture little boots by the front door, tiny jersey with my last name. If you think this love is crazy, you ain't read the back half of this page. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're just getting started, babe. From the backseat to the front porch, to a crowded church and a white dress. Every year, every tear, every sweet silhouette in that dress. Baby, this is just the first step. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing
I've been counted out, left on red, left in doubt. Every maybe felt like never, but I kept your picture in my wallet. Folded corners, yeah, I saw it. Every time the world said whatever, I get that tightness in my chest. When the floor drops, I don't rest. I just breathe, then move step by step. I'm never gonna stop trying, even when the waves keep rising. You can see the fear in my eyes, and still I'm standing. I'm never gonna stop reaching, even when my hands stop bleeding. Every little scar is a reason I'm still standing. Never gonna stop trying. Never gonna stop trying. Friends turned strangers overnight. Dreams went quiet, lost their light, but I learned to glow in the shadow. Talk to mirrors like a coach, get back up, that's all she wrote. So I run through every high, every hollow. It's in my chest, but this fight don't accept. Trying, even when the waves keep rising. You can see the fear in my eyes, and still I'm standing. I'm never gonna stop reaching, even when my hands start bleeding. Every little scar is a reason I'm still standing. Never gonna stop trying. Never gonna stop trying. If I fall tonight, I'll rise. All my failures on my side.
This is how intelligence is made. A new kind of factory. Generator of tokens. The building blocks of AI. Tokens have opened a new frontier, turning data into knowledge and drawing on all we have learned. Tokens are harnessing a new wave of clean energy. And unlocking the secrets of the stars. In virtual worlds, they help robots learn. And in the physical world, perfect. Forging new paths. And clearing the way for a bountiful harvest. In the moments that matter, tokens are already there. And in the miles between, they never stop. They work where human hands cannot. So we may all breathe easier. And the smallest hearts beat stronger. Tokens are helping us break new ground. On a scale never attempted, built for all mankind. And here is where it all begins.
Welcome to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Welcome to GTC! I just want to remind you, this is a tech conference. All these people lining up so early in the morning, all of you in here, it's great to see you. GTC. GTC, we're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about platforms. NVIDIA has 3 platforms. You think that we mostly talk about one of them. It's related to CUDA-X. Our systems is another platform, and now we have a new platform called AI Factories. We're going to talk about all of them. And most importantly, we're going to talk about ecosystems. But before I start, let me thank our pre-game show hosts. I thought they did a great job. Sarah Go of Conviction, Alfred Lim, Sequoia Capital, NVIDIA's first venture capitalist, Gavin Baker, NVIDIA's first major institutional investor. These 3 people are deep in technology, deep in what's going on, and of course, they have just a really broad reach of technology ecosystem. And then, of course, all of the VIPs that I hand-selected to join us today, all-star team. I want to thank all of you for that. I also want to thank all the companies that are here. NVIDIA, as you know, is a platform company. We have technology, we have our platforms, we have rich ecosystem. And today, there are probably 100% of the $100 trillion of industry here. 450 companies sponsored this event. I want to thank you. 1,000 technical sessions, 2,000 speakers. This conference is going to cover every single layer of the 5-layer cake of artificial intelligence, from land, power, and shell, the infrastructure, to chips, to the platforms, the models, and of course, the most important, and ultimately, what's going to get this industry taken off is all of the applications. Well, it all began here. This is the 20th anniversary of CUDA. We've been working on CUDA for 20 years. For 20 years, we've been dedicated to this architecture, this revolutionary invention, SIMT, single instruction, multi-threaded, writing scalar code could spawn off into multi-threaded application, much, much easier to program than SIMD. We recently added tiles so that we could help people program tensor cores and the structures of mathematics that are so foundational to artificial intelligence today. Thousands of tools and compilers and frameworks and libraries. In open source, there's a couple of 100,000 public projects. CUDA literally is integrated into every single ecosystem. This chart basically describes 100% of NVIDIA's strategies. You've been watching me talk about this slide from the very beginning. And ultimately, the single hardest thing to achieve is the thing on the bottom, installed base. It has taken us 20 years to now have built up hundreds of millions of GPUs and computing systems around the world that run CUDA. We are in every cloud. We're in every computer company. We serve just about every single industry. The installed base of CUDA is the reason why the flywheel is accelerating. The installed base is what attracts developers, who then creates new algorithms that achieves a breakthrough. For example, deep learning. There are so many others. Those breakthroughs leads to entirely new markets, which builds new ecosystems around them with other companies that join, which creates a larger installed base. This flywheel is now accelerating. The number of downloads of NVIDIA libraries is incredibly accelerating. It's at a very large scale and growing faster than ever. This flywheel is what makes this computing platform able to sustain so much applications, so many new breakthroughs, but most importantly, it also enables these infrastructures to have extraordinarily useful life. And the reason for that is very obvious. There's so many applications that you can run on NVIDIA CUDA. We support every single phase of the AI lifecycle. We address every single data processing platform. We accelerate scientific principled solvers of all different kinds. And so the application reach is so great that once you install NVIDIA GPUs, the useful life of it is incredibly high. It is also one of the reasons why Ampere, that we shipped them some 6 years ago, the pricing of Ampere in the cloud is going up. And so all of that is made possible fundamentally because the install base is high, the flywheel is high, the developer reach is great. And when all of that happens, and we continuously update our software, the computing cost declines. The combination of accelerated computing, speeding up applications tremendously. Meanwhile, as we continue to nurture and continue to update software over its life, not only do you get the first-time pop, you get the continuous cost reduction of accelerated computing over time. And we're willing to nurture, willing to support every single one of these GPUs in the world because they're all architecturally compatible. We're willing to do so because the install base is so large, if we release a new optimization, it benefits millions. This applies to everybody in the world. This combination of dynamics is what makes the NVIDIA architecture expand its reach, accelerating its growth, at the same time driving down computing cost, which ultimately encourages new growth. So CUDA is at the center of it. But our journey to CUDA actually started 25 years ago. GeForce I know how many of you grew up with GeForce. GeForce is NVIDIA's greatest marketing campaign. We attract future customers starting long before you could afford to pay for it yourself. Your parents paid. Your parents paid. Your parents paid for you to be NVIDIA customers. And every single year, they paid up year after year after year until someday you became an amazing computer scientist and became a proper customer, a proper developer. But this is the house that GeForce made. 25 years ago, we started our journey, which led to CUDA. 25 years ago, we invented the programmable shader, a perfectly unobvious invention to make an accelerator programmable, the world's first programmable accelerator, the pixel shader. 25 years ago, that led us to explore further and further. 20 years later, 5 years later, the invention of CUDA. One of the biggest investments that we made, and we couldn't afford it at the time, and it consumed the vast majority of our company's profits, was to take CUDA on the backs of GeForce to every single computer. We dedicated ourselves to create this platform because we felt so strongly about its potential. But ultimately, the company's dedication to it, despite the hardships in the beginning, believing in every single day, for 13 generations or 20 years, we now have CUDA installed everywhere. The pixel shader led to, of course, the revolution of GeForce. And then 10 years ago, we introduced, about 10 years ago, 8 years ago, we introduced RTX, a complete redesign of our architecture for the modern era of computer graphics. GeForce brought CUDA to the world. GeForce, therefore, enabled Alex Krizhevsky and Ilya Sutskever and Jeff Hinton, Andrew Ng, and so many others to discover that the GPU could be their friend in accelerating deep learning. It started the Big Bang of AI. 10 years ago, we decided that we would fuse programmable shading and introduce two new ideas: ray tracing, hardware ray tracing, which is incredibly hard to do, and a new idea at the time. Imagine, about 10 years ago, we thought that AI would revolutionize computer graphics. Just as GeForce brought AI to the world, AI is now going to go back and revolutionize how computer graphics is done all together. Well, today I'm going to show you something of the future. This is our next generation of graphics technology. We call it neural rendering, the fusion of 3D graphics and artificial intelligence. This is DLSS 5. Take a look at it. Is that incredible? Computer graphics comes to life. Now, what did we do? We fused controllable 3D graphics, the ground truth of virtual worlds, the structured data. Remember this word, the structured data of virtual worlds, of generated worlds. We combine 3D graphics, structured data, with generative AI, probabilistic computing. One of them is completely predictive, the other one probabilistic, yet highly realistic. We combine these two ideas, controlled through structured data, controlled perfectly, and yet generating at the same time. And as a result, the content is beautiful, amazing, as well as controllable. This concept of fusing structured information and generative AI will repeat itself in one industry after another industry after another industry. Structured data is the foundation of trustworthy AI. Well, this is going to scare you a little bit. I'm going to flip the slide, and don't gasp. So we're going to go through this schematic for the rest of the time. This is my best slide. Every time I ask the team, what's my best slide? Repeatedly, this was it. They say, don't do it, Jensen. Don't do it. I said, no. These seats are free for some of you. So this is your price of admission. So this is structured data. You've heard of it. SQL, Spark, Pandas, Velox, some of these really, really important, very large platforms, Snowflake, Databricks, EMR, Amazon EMR, Azure Fabric, Google Cloud, BigQuery. All of these platforms are processing data frames. These data frames are giant spreadsheets, and they hold all of life's information. This is the structured data, the ground truth of business. This is the ground truth of enterprise computing. Well, now we're going to have AI use structured data, and we better accelerate the living daylights out of it. It used to be okay, and we would, of course, we would accelerate structured data so that we could do more, we could do it more cheaply, we could do it more frequently per day, and keep the company running at a much more synchronized way. However, in the future, what's going to happen is these data structures are going to be used by AI, and AI is going to be much, much faster than us. Future agents are going to use structured databases as well. And then, of course, the unstructured database, the generative database. This database represents the vast majority of the world. Vector databases, unstructured data, PDFs, videos, speeches, all of the world's information, about 90% of what's generated every single year is unstructured data. Until now, this data has been completely useless to the world. We read it, we put it into our file system, and that's it. Unfortunately, we can't query it. We can't search for it. It's hard to do that. And the reason for that is because there's no easy indexing of unstructured data. You have to understand its meaning, its purpose. And so now we have AI do that. Just as AI was able to solve multi-modality perception and understanding, you can use that same technology, multi-modality perception and understanding, to go read a PDF, to understand its meaning. And from that meaning, embed it into a larger structure that we can search into, we can query into. Nvidia created 2 foundational libraries, just like we created RTX for 3D graphics. We created cuDF for data frames, structured data. We created cuVS for vector stores, semantic data, unstructured data, AI data. These 2 platforms are going to be 2 of the most important platforms in the future. Super excited to see its adoption throughout the network, this complicated network of the world's data processing systems. And the reason for that is because data processing has been around a long time. And therefore, so many different companies and platforms and services, it has taken us a long time to integrate deeply into this ecosystem. I'm super proud of the work that we're doing here. And then today, we're announcing several of them. IBM, the inventor of SQL, one of the most important domain-specific languages of all time, is accelerating Watson X data with cuDF. Let's take a look at it.
60 years ago, IBM introduced the System 360, the first modern platform for general-purpose computing, launching the computing era. Then SQL, a declarative language to query data without requiring the computer to be instructed step by step. And the data warehouse, each the foundations of modern enterprise computing. Today, IBM and Nvidia are reinventing data processing for the era of AI by accelerating IBM Watson X data SQL engines with Nvidia GPU computing libraries. Data is the ground truth that gives AI context and meaning. AI needs rapid access to massive datasets. Today's CPU data processing systems can't keep up. Nestle makes thousands of supply chain decisions every day. Their order-to-cash data mart aggregates every supply, order, and delivery event across global operations in 185 countries. On CPUs, Nestle refreshed the data mart a few times a day. With accelerated Watson X data running on Nvidia GPUs, Nestle can run the same workload 5 times faster at 83% lower cost. The next computing platform has arrived, accelerated computing for the era of AI.
NVIDIA accelerates data processing in the cloud. We also accelerate data processing on-prem. As you know, Dell is the world-leading computer systems maker, and they also are one of the world's leading storage providers. And they worked with us to create the Dell AI data platform that integrates cuDF and cuVS to create an accelerated data platform, well, for the era of AI. And this is an example of what they did with NTT Data, huge speed up. This is cloud, Google Cloud, and Google Cloud, as you know, we've been working with Google Cloud for a very long time. We accelerate Google's Vertex AI. We now accelerate BigQuery, really important framework and really important platform. And this is an example of our work together with Snapchat, where we reduced their cost of computing by nearly 80%. When you accelerate data processing, when you accelerate computing, you get the benefit of speed, you get the benefit of scale, but most importantly, you also get the benefit of cost. And so all of those come together as one. It was originally called Moore's Law. Moore's Law was about getting performance doubling every couple of years. It's another way of saying, so long as the price remains about the same, and most computers remained about the same, you're also getting twice the performance every year, or you're reducing the cost of computing every single year. Well, Moore's Law has run out of steam. We need a new approach. Accelerated computing allows us to take these giant leaps forward. And as you will see later, because we continue to optimize the algorithms, and NVIDIA is an algorithm company, as we continue to optimize the algorithms, and because our reach is so large and our install base is so large, we can reduce the computing cost, increasing the scale, increasing the speed for everybody continuously. This is Google Cloud. You could see this pattern I just mentioned. I just wanted to show you 3 versions of it. NVIDIA built the accelerated computing platform. Has a bunch of libraries on top. I gave you 3 examples. RTX is one of them, cuDF is another, cuVS, and we'll show you a few more. These libraries sit on top of our platform. But ultimately, we integrate into the world's cloud services, into the world's OEMs, and together, and other platforms that I'll show you, together, we're able to reach the world. This pattern, NVIDIA, Google Cloud, Snapchat, will repeat over and over again, and it kind of looks like this. And so this is one example, NVIDIA with Google Cloud. We accelerate Vertex AI. We accelerate BigQuery. We accelerate, I'm super proud of the work that we've done with JAX and XLA. We're incredible on PyTorch. We're the only accelerator in the world that's incredible on PyTorch and incredible on JAX and XLA. And the customers that we support, the Base 10s, the CrowdStrikes, Puma, Salesforce, they're not our customers, but they're customers, developers of ours that we've integrated the NVIDIA technologies into that we can then land on the clouds. Our relationship with cloud service providers are essentially us bringing customers to them. We integrate our libraries, we accelerate workloads, and we land those customers in the clouds. And so, as you could see, most of our cloud service providers love working with us, and they're always asking us to land the next customer on their cloud. And I just want to let you know, there are a lot of customers. We're going to accelerate everybody. And so there'll be lots and lots of customers we'll be able to land in your cloud. Just be patient with us. And so this is Google Cloud. This is AWS. We've been working with AWS a long time. And one of the things I'm super excited about this year is we're going to bring OpenAI to AWS. And so it's going to drive enormous consumption of cloud computing at AWS. It's going to expand the reach and expand the compute of OpenAI. And as you know, they are completely compute constrained. And so AWS, we accelerate EMR, we accelerate SageMaker, we accelerate Bedrock. NVIDIA is integrated really deeply into AWS. They were our first cloud partner. Microsoft Azure. NVIDIA's A100 supercomputer was the first one we built was for NVIDIA. The first one we installed was at Azure. And that led to the big successful partnership with OpenAI. But we've been working with Azure for quite a long time. We accelerate Azure Cloud. Now it's their AI Foundry we partner deeply with. We accelerate Bing Search. We work with them on Azure regions. This is one of the areas that is incredibly important as we continue to expand AI throughout the world. One of the capabilities that we offer is confidential computing. That in confidential computing, you want to make sure that even the operator cannot see your data. Even the operator cannot touch or see your models. Confidential computing, NVIDIA's GPUs is the first ones in the world to do that. It's now able to support confidential computing and protected deployment of these very valuable OpenAI models and Anthropic models throughout clouds and different regions, and all because of our confidential computing. Confidential computing is super important. And here's an example where we have different customers that we work with. Synopsys, a great partner of ours, we're accelerating all of their EDA and CAE workflows. And then we landed at Microsoft Azure. We were Oracle's first AI customer. Most people would have thought we were their first supplier. We were their first supplier also, but we were their first AI customer. I'm quite proud of the fact that I explained AI clouds to Oracle for the first time, and we were their first customer. Since then, they've really taken off. We've landed a whole bunch of our partners there, Cohere and Fireworks, and of course, very famously, OpenAI. A great partnership with CoreWeave. They're the world's first AI native cloud, a company that was built with only one singular purpose: to provision, to host GPUs as the era of accelerated computing showed up, and to host for AI clouds. They've got some fantastic customers, and they're growing incredibly. One of the platforms that I'm quite excited about is Palantir and Dell. The three of our companies have made it possible to stand up a brand new type of AI platform, the Palantir Ontology platform, an AI platform, and we could stand up these platforms in any country, in any air-gapped region, completely on-prem, completely on-site, completely in the field. AI could be deployed literally everywhere. Without our confidential computing capability, without our ability to build the end-to-end system, as well as offer the entire accelerated computing and AI stack, from data processing, whether it's vectors or structures, all the way to AI, it wouldn't have been possible. I wanted to show you these examples. This is our special working relationship with the world's cloud service providers. And all of them are here. And I get the benefit of seeing them during booth tour, and it's just so incredibly exciting. I just want to thank all of you for the hard work. What NVIDIA has done is this, and you're going to see this theme over and over again. NVIDIA is vertically integrated, the world's first vertically integrated but horizontally open company. And the reason that's necessary is very simple. Accelerated computing is not a chip problem. Accelerated computing is not a systems problem. Accelerated computing has a missing word. We just never say it anymore. Application acceleration. If I could make a computer run everything faster, that's called a CPU. But that's run out of steam. The only way for us to accelerate applications going forward and continue to bring tremendous speed up, tremendous cost reduction, is through application or domain-specific acceleration. I dropped that phrase in the front, and therefore it just became accelerated computing. And that is the reason why NVIDIA has to be library after library, domain after domain, vertical after vertical. We are a vertically integrated computing company. There is no other way. We have to understand the applications, we have to understand the domain, we have to understand fundamentally the algorithms, and we have to figure out how to deploy the algorithm in whatever scenario it wants to be deployed, whether it's a data center, cloud, on-prem, at the edge, or in a robotic system. All of those computing systems are different. And finally, the systems and chips. We are vertically integrated. What makes it incredibly powerful, and the reason why you saw all the slides, is because NVIDIA is horizontally open. We'll work and integrate NVIDIA's technology into whatever platform you would like us to integrate into. We offer you the software, we offer you libraries, we integrate with your technology so that we can bring accelerated computing to everybody in the world. Well, this GTC is really a great demonstration of that. You know, most of the time you'll see me talk about these verticals, and I'll use some examples. But in every single case, whether it's automotive, by the way, financial services, the largest percentage of attendees at this GTC is from the financial services industry. I know. I'm hoping it's developers, not traders. Guys, here's one thing I wanted to say. And so, in the audience represents NVIDIA's ecosystem upstream of our supply chain and downstream of our supply chain. And we think about our supply chain upstream and downstream. And it's just so exciting that our entire upstream supply chain this last year, irrespective of whether you're a 50-year-old company, we have 70-year-old companies, we have a 150-year-old company who are now part of NVIDIA's supply chain and partnering with us either upstream or downstream. And last year, you had your record year. Did you not? Congratulations. We're on to something here. This is the beginning of something very, very big. And so if you look at accelerated computing, we've now set the computing platform, but in order for us to activate those computing platforms, we need to have domain-specific libraries that solve very important problems in each one of the verticals that we address. You see us addressing every single one of this. Autonomous vehicles, our reach, our breadth, our impact, incredible. We have a track on that. Financial services, I just mentioned. Algorithmic trading is going from classical machine learning with human-featured engineering called the quants did that, to now supercomputers studying massive amounts of data, discovering insight and discovering patterns by itself. And so this is going through its deep learning and its transformer moment. Healthcare is going through their ChatGPT moment. Some really exciting work that we're there. We have a great keynote track here. We have a great keynote track. Kimberly Powell's doing a great keynote track for healthcare. We're talking about AI physics or AI biology for drug discovery, AI agents for customer service and support of diagnosis, and of course, physical AI, robotic systems. All these different vectors of AI have different platforms that NVIDIA provides. Industrial, we are completely resetting and starting the largest build-out of human history. And most of the world's industries, building AI factories, building chip plants, building computer plants are represented here today. Media and entertainment, gaming, of course, real-time AI platform so that we could translation and broadcast support and live games and live video. Enormous amount of it will be augmented with AI. We have a platform called Holoscan. Quantum, there are 35 different companies here building with us the next generation of quantum GPU hybrid systems. Retail and CPG, using NVIDIA for supply chain, creating agentic shopping systems, AI agents for customer support. A lot of work being done here. $35 trillion industry. Robotics, $50 trillion industry in manufacturing. NVIDIA's been working in this area for a decade now, building 3 computers, the fundamental computers necessary to build robotic systems. We are integrated with, working with literally every single company that we know of building robots. We have 110 robots here at the show. And then telecommunications. About as large as the world's IT industry, about $2 trillion. We see, of course, base stations everywhere. It's one of the world's infrastructures. It was the infrastructure of the last generation of computing. That infrastructure is going to get completely reinvented. And the reason for that is very simple. That base station, it does one thing, which is base station, is going to be an AI infrastructure platform in the future. AI will run at the edge. And so lots of great discussion there. And our platform there is called Aerial or AI RAN. Big partnership with Nokia, big partnership with T-Mobile and many others. At the core of our business, everything that I just mentioned, computing platforms, but very importantly, our CUDA-X libraries. Our CUDA-X libraries is the algorithms that NVIDIA invents. We are an algorithm company. That's what makes us special. That's what makes it possible for me to be able to go into every single one of these industries, imagine the future, and have the world's best computer scientists describe and solve problems, refactor it, re-express it, and turn it into a library. We have so many. I think we have, at this show, we're announcing 100 libraries, 70 libraries, maybe 40 models. And that's just at the show. We're updating these all the time. We're updating them all the time. The libraries is the crown jewels of our company. It is what makes it possible for that platform, the computing platform, to be activated in service of solving a problem, making impact. One of the most important libraries that we ever created, cuDNN, CUDA Deep Neural Networks. It completely revolutionized artificial intelligence, caused the big bang of modern AI. Let me show you a short video about CUDA-X.
20 years ago, we built CUDA, a single architecture for accelerated computing. Today, we've reinvented computing. 1,000 CUDA-X libraries help developers make breakthroughs in every field of science and engineering. cuOpt for decision optimization. cuLitho for computational lithography. cuDSS for direct sparse solvers. cuEquivariance for geometry-aware neural networks. Ariel for AI RAM. Warp for differentiable physics. Parabricks for genomics. At their foundation are algorithms, and they are beautiful.
Everything you saw was a simulation. Some of it was principled solvers, fundamental physics solvers. Some of it was AI surrogates, AI physical models. And some of it was physical AI robotics models. Everything was simulated. Nothing was animated. Nothing was articulated. Everything was completely simulated. That is what fundamentally NVIDIA does. It is through the connection of understanding of the algorithms with our computing platforms that we're able to open up to unlock these opportunities. Nvidia is a vertically integrated computing company with open horizontal integration with the world. So that's CUDA X. Well, just now you saw a whole bunch of companies. You saw Walmart and there's L'Oreal and incredible companies, established companies, JP Morgan and Roche. And these are companies that have defined society to today. Toyota is here. These are some of the largest companies in the world. It is also true that there's a whole bunch of companies you've never heard of. These are companies, we call them AI natives. A whole bunch of small companies. The list is gigantic. I couldn't, this is just a little tiny bit of it. And I couldn't decide whether to show you more or show you less. And so I made it so that you couldn't see any. And nobody's feelings are hurt. However, inside this list are a bunch of brand new companies. They're companies like, for example, you might have heard a couple of them, OpenAI, Anthropic, but there's a whole bunch of others. There's a whole bunch of others, and they serve different verticals. Something happened in the last 2 years, particularly this last year. We've been working with the AI natives for a long time, and this last year, it just skyrocketed. I'll explain to you why it happened. This industry has skyrocketed. $150 billion of investment into venture investment, into startups, the largest in human history. This is also the first time that the scale of the investments went from millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, to hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars. And the reason for that is this is the first time in history that every single one of these companies needs compute, and lots of it. They need tokens, lots and lots of it. They're either going to create and build and create tokens and generate tokens, or they're going to integrate, add value to tokens that are available, created by Anthropic and OpenAI and others. And so this industry is different in so many different ways, but the one thing that is very clear, the impact that they're making, the incredible value that they're delivering already is quite tangible. AI natives, all because we reinvented computing. Just like during the PC revolution, a whole bunch of new companies were created. Just as during the internet revolution, a whole bunch of companies were created. In mobile cloud, a whole bunch of companies were created. Each one of them had their own standards. And we're talking about one of the major standards that just happened, incredibly important. And this generation, we also have our own large number of very, very special companies. We reinvented computing. It stands to reason there's going to be a whole new crop of really important companies, consequential companies for the future of the world. The Googles, the Amazons, the Metas, consequential companies that have come as a result of the last computing platform shift. We are now at the beginning of a new platform shift. But what happened in the last couple of years? Well, we've been watching, as you know, we've been working on deep learning and working on AI. The big bang of modern AI, we were right there at the spot, and we've been advancing this field for quite some time. But why the last 2 years? What happened in the last 2 years? Well, three things. ChatGPT, of course, started the generative AI era. It's able to not just understand, perceive and understand, it's able to also translate and generation of unique content. I showed you the fusion of generative AI with computer graphics, and it brought computer graphics to life. You guys, just everybody in the world should be using ChatGPT. I know I use it every single morning, used it plenty this morning. And so ChatGPT was the generative AI era. The second, by the way, generative computing versus the way we used to do computing, it's generative AI is a capability of software, but it has profoundly changed how computing is done. Computing used to be retrieval-based, now it's generative. Keep that thought in mind when I talk about certain things, and you'll realize why it is that everything that we do is going to change how computers are architected, how computers are provided, how computers are going to be built out, and what is the meaning of computing altogether. generative AI, 2023, end of 22, 2023. The next, reasoning AI, 01, and then took off with 03. Reasoning allowed it to reflect, allows it to think to itself, allowed it to plan, break down problems, and decompose a problem it couldn't understand into steps or parts that it could understand. It could ground itself on research. 01 made generative AI trustworthy and grounded on truth. That caused ChatGPT to simply took off. And that was a very, very big moment. The amount of input tokens that was necessary in order to produce and the amount of output tokens it generated in order to reason, the model was a little bit larger. Of course, you could have much larger models. The model 01 was a little bit larger, not much larger, but its input token usage for context and its output token for thinking increased the amount of computation tremendously. Then came Claude Code, the first agentic model. It was able to read files, code, compile it, test it, evaluate it, go back and iterate on it. Claude Code has revolutionized software engineering, as all of you know. 100% of NVIDIA is using a combination of, or oftentimes all three of them, Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor, all over NVIDIA. There's not one software engineer today who is not assisted by one or many AI agents helping them code. Claude Code completely revolutionized. It's the new inflection. And for the first time, you don't ask an AI what, where, when, how. You ask it create, do, build. You ask it to use tools, take your context, read files. It's able to agentically break down a problem, reason about it, reflect on it. It's able to solve problems and actually perform tasks. An AI that was able to perceive became an AI that could generate. An AI that could generate became an AI that could reason. An AI that could reason now became an AI that can actually do work. Very productive work. The amount of computation in the last 2 years, we know that everybody in this room knows the computing demand for NVIDIA GPU is off the charts. Spot pricing is skyrocketing. You couldn't find a GPU if you tried, and yet, in the meantime, we're shipping GPUs out. Incredible amounts of it, and demand just keeps on going up. There's a reason for that. This fundamental inflection. Finally, AI is able to do productive work, and therefore, the inflection point of inference has arrived. AI now has to think. In order to think, it has to inference. AI now has to do. In order to do, it has to inference. AI has to read. In order to do so, it has to inference. It has to reason. It has to inference. Every part of AI, every time it has to think, it has to reason, it has to do, it has to generate tokens, it has to inference. It's way past training now. It's in the field of inference. So the inference inflection has arrived. At the time when the amount of tokens, the amount of compute necessary increased by roughly 10,000 times. Now, when I combine these two, the fact that since in the last 2 years, the computing demand of the work has gone up by 10,000 times. And the amount of usage has probably gone up by 100 times. People have heard me say, I believe that computing demand has increased by 1 million times in the last 2 years. It is the feeling that we all have. It is the feeling every startup has. It's the feeling that OpenAI has. It's the feeling that Anthropic has. If they could just get more capacity, they could generate more tokens. Their revenues would go up. More people could use it. The more advanced, the smarter the AI could become. We are now at that positive flywheel system. We have reached that moment. The inflection, the inference inflection has arrived. Last year, at this time, I said